Salutations, my furious angels. Per the common request of you beautiful avid listeners across the world and beyond, what follows is a compilation of all of the best and most essential episodes from the first season of the show. Don't say I never answer my emails. Join us at the end of this month for the recommencement of VC's second season. We'll be waiting for you. But for now, sit back, relax, care with your ears, and stare through your fears, and embrace this vicious cabaret. This show is brought to you by Buzzsprout.com, the best and excitingly prettiest way to start a podcast. Welcome to the Red Grin messaging service. This, let's be kind to me and go with accomplished warlock and excitingly pretty purveyor of the dark pale arts, seems to be unavailable within this current frozen moment. If you're hearing this, then you either have unbreakable broken wings, damaged fun-sized aortic pumps, or incredibly important mouths and ears. I mean, I don't like to pigeonhole anyone, least of all pigeons, considering that most of my back gardens looked like scenes from a Hitchcock movie. Whether alive, dead, or riding the line between the two, please feel deceitfully and spiritually free to leave a mystical message after the silence. When you've left your message, please do subscribe, or for more options, please hold, if you would be so careful to do exactly as you're told. Remember the smiling pretender. I shroud her with reason to plot. You'll know of all treasons and dimensions of reasons that shall never be forgot. Demented plethoras of smoky breath on broken mirror glass. Breath of life and death and all betwixt the two. There is an unwritten rule of two when it comes to the fight over the fate of the universe. It can be easy to focus on struggling for or with all your soul on behalf of the good. The same could be said for that of the evil. However, when it comes to fighting for your soul on behalf of the balance, grappling with and for your will in the name of the grey, maintaining an inner balance of the self can be fraught with issues. Just as you can be, listeners. Just as I can be. Existing, for example, sometimes almost entirely retroactively, can be unrealistically tempting, but almost entirely exhausting. My people have often said that the purpose of life is not happiness. The artists of the Axis tend to adopt and define happiness as a means to an end, given that we have no choice but to smile. For humans and some other mortal beings wandering the multiverse, who themselves tended to perceive their own ideal state as a constant paradise of placidity, striving for happiness as their ultimate goal in existence causes them to live lives ultimately trivialized by ignorance. Ignorance of this following truth. A truth verbalized, at least in your reality, by a man with the word soul in his name. And I quote, "Happiness is something that is destroyed by the first harsh blow that reality deals you." End quote. They do say that ignorance is bliss, don't they, listeners?
There are many times in this span of experience where the expectation of happiness as a response can put you in the complete incorrect emotional state to deal with what might need to be dealt with. People are built to experience a chasm span size of emotional states as we walk through this eternally bendy path we do so eloquently call life, that only bear an excitingly slender relationship between one another, because the environment that we, all of us, inhabit is so fucking loud, bright, dark, disgustingly beautiful, eerily sexy, and unrelentingly meaningful that most of our adaptation almost entirely depends on a variety of very finely differentiated emotional responses. Times to be angry, mystical, logistical, and sadistical, unless we forget masochistical. The dark night you smiled bright, that day you frowned right. All of the plethora of things that you feel, listeners. These responses I speak of course, cannot be refined down into one or two simple dimensions, say good versus evil, for example, light against dark. But, as I'm sure you know, as I'm sure you believe if you're still listening, that life, and of course death, are not as cut and dried as these abstract constructs that only some believe truly sits on our shoulders every day of our lives. There is darkness there, inside all of us. The line between good and evil, listeners, if there is one, runs down the middle of every heart that possesses the ability to express itself subjectively. Are we perhaps but one consciousness experiencing itself subjectively? Is that why I can see all of your dreams? That darkness that lives within us can be merciful in that most of us aren't constantly subjected to it on a second-to-second basis. And although there is a small percentage, most people or things in this universe are not immortal. In their own strange ways, both apply to me. And so, I and others like me have had to learn a very, very important lesson. And I hope it is one that you will carry in your ears. Deciding to put happiness at the focal point of most mainstream universes can trivialize your entire experience. It can mess up your signals and turn your comfort zones into collapsing spike pits. But if you learn this lesson before stepping on that trap's trigger, you can mystically transform those spikes poised to kill you into leather sofas poised to do nothing but improve your lumbar support. The lesson is, life is suffering. The purpose of life is not happiness. This truth, if you're brave enough, can be a kind of catharsis that can break any fall. The kind of catharsis that can give you wings. Wings broken, yet unbreakable. And that's what this show is about, listeners. People with unbreakable, broken wings. These people are important, truly important to me above all. They are all part of me, pieces of me, forever bonded pieces of my soul. I came to realize, as I came to know them all over the countless centuries and dimensions I've traveled, that in order to regard something as truly important, you also have to recognize its loss as truly meaningful. Something that changed you, that became part of you. And to open yourself up to those frozen moments of deep meaning that we all seem to live for, or want to be remembered for, you also have to open your mind and heart to deep hurt and sorrow. And the thing is, when all time, space, and dimensions beyond lie outside your sentient growing doors, everyone is alive, and everyone is dead. You miss your grandparents. You never knew your grandparents? Well, that's okay, because when you walk with me, you can join me for dinner with them next Wednesday. Wear something hauntingly fabulous, of course. If you spend your time frequenting different planets, dimensions, timelines, and recording booths, taking refuge in a sentient house by the same singular word and name, and spending eternity messing with, maintaining, or sometimes completely changing the status quo, all in service of balance, and the importance of it for the maintenance of the multiverse, all in the name of the Axis. Well, sometimes you just want to sit the hell down, construct a device containing a constant incantation subroutine implanted in my subconscious architecture, allowing me to construct a live feed of sorts to the commonly inaccessible part of the brain concerned with contextual telepathy, and tell the story to anyone who is kind enough or brave enough to open their ears and stare through their fears and embrace this vicious cabaret. This is your host, Red Grin.
Do not go in there. Do not. Do not. That is where it all ends. The source. The final problem. The foundation of all of what we are, and soon will never be. How we integrate is up to us. How we unplug is up to them. Honey and blood be damned. We want the truth. We want the truth. This is your host, Red Grin. There is a helicopter flying overhead, flying low. Something is about to happen. By the pricking of my thumbs. The bird circles, disappears, reappears, occasionally imitating the sound of distant thunder, always here, never not there. Can you hear it? I can. We all think we are being watched. It is not wrong to know that we are not, or to know that we are. Maybe they are watching. Up there. But who's to say they're looking down? What if they're looking up? It would be one of the greatest practical jokes in history. Let's pretend to watch everyone on this planet. Let them believe they are never truly alone. They'll never believe they're not being watched, right? So let them not believe that. Meanwhile, we, the people who are not watching the world, look further out. We look further out and we learn. We absorb. And just to fuck with people, we'll withhold the information until we believe the time is right. Because they are not ready. We are not ready for them to be ready. Wouldn't that be hilarious? There is a smile that greets you. There is a smile that scares you. There is a smile that needs you. And there is a smile that fears you. The nervous laughter of an elevated, projected consciousness, tickling you in your dreams. It crawls through your head, wanting to stay there forever. It never fades. It never stops. The laughter is always there. The skeleton grin of the bones underneath. The laughter of silence no more. Listeners, a smile a day keeps the doctor away. A smile a day is good for the soul. This has been Health. A mysterious mass sounding of emergency sirens in a densely packed US city saw social media light up with conspiracy theories, my favorite. More than 150 emergency sirens were set off in Dallas a few days ago, sparking terror among citizens about impending doom. People took to Twitter as wailing sirens blasted through the night on Friday into Saturday morning. All 156 outdoor tornado warning sirens meant to alert the 1.3 million residents in Dallas of impending disaster. They all went off across the city. The sirens, which began at 11:44 p.m., did not stop until 1:20 a.m. People discussed theories about the cause, from the start of a Russian invasion to a disease epidemic. Others compared the haunting sound to the siren featured in the apocalyptic movie franchise The Purge, where murder is legal for 24 hours. A fan of the movie said, "Can The Purge just please wait until tomorrow? I'm so tired at the moment." One person tweeted, "There is no way this is an accident. I've lived here for 43 years and never experienced something like this." Another said, "In case you were wondering what the end of the world sounds like, it's every tornado siren in the entire city of Dallas going off at once." So, what do you think, listeners? A hack to spread fear? Or a warning? Let's hope our leaders do the right thing. I'm just going to let that hang there. And now, our message of the week. Trees are a thing. Souls are a thing. It is frightening possessing such a thing as a soul. Something so precious. What if you lose it? What if you break it? You shall put it to rest beside you. Sleep deeply, and it's gone when you wake up. Stolen by your deepest nightmares that now torture your misplaced soul. It is labeled now. It is labeled with a name that is not yours. It is theirs now. It is theirs. Dance with the devil in the pale moonlight as you dig with your feet, waiting in a maze of its own creation, of your own creation. And you can never quite touch it. You cannot touch your soul, nor can you dig it out, because your soul is not yours, remember. It is theirs. Your life is not your own. Keep your hands off of it. Do you hear me, listeners? Off of it. All you can ever do is chase your soul. Chase your life. Chase it until it is over. You will run. It will walk. You will rest. And it will not. This has been your host, Red Grin. For now, for this, it has become applicable. For now, never then, we must admit this. It is time to hate it again. For the first time. Again. for now, for this, for you. You wear it on your wrists, you hang it on your walls. Your grandfather turns to history, lives on through the sound of time, and the tolling of the bell. It inhabits us. It is our home. It is our concept. And trust me, listeners, it always wins. Always. Like water, time is patient. Time just waits, but is never idle. It gnaws iron, bites steel, grinds hard stones to meal. It slays king, ruins town, and beats high mountain down. This is your host, Red Grin. And now for our Fun Facts Constance Corner, a somewhat alien transmission and translation of our peripheral and egoless existence. Reboot, listeners. Calibrate. And do what you do best. We made it. It is ours, and yet not. It gives birth to us, and it kills us. You know the expression, in real time, right? It fascinates me. Truly. I have my reasons. One being that time is not actually a real, tangible thing. It is not real, and yet we couldn't live without it, at all, or as we know it. The idea of fake time is more than just a double meaning, because it obviously is a double meaning. But it is also an oxymoron, a paradox. It is the paradox machine, something that emerges demonstrably from nothing, just like your grandfather's pendulum. Do you see? Stories have timelines, just like we do. They follow strands in every direction conceivable in the minds of the creator. You're imagining something right now. Write it down, keep it there, put it in a drawer, and leave it there. Are you having a premonition? Is an idea going to pop into your head? Is it? No? Don't worry. You don't have to tell me. In fact, keep it to yourself. Anyway, what stories call premonition is simply just movement of the web of consciousness, the beat of a butterfly's wing, the avalanche caused, or prevented, or deleted from possibility, like the crack in your wall. Do not touch it, listeners. The crack will burn your life like a cane field in a high wind. Do not be the one to light the match. That is the universe's job, not yours, and certainly not mine, unless I'm in the mood. But when I am, I laugh and blow it out. Go gonzo, be a doctor of your fate, your own fate. Throw yourself in, swim. Because you are the only one with your hands on the needle. Be careful not to bleed. bleed in the patient water. The water doesn't like it. It makes it ripple and rage. Avalanche caused. Oh, I missed my stop on this train of thought. The emergency stop needs a good tug. Make the plea of madness. Let it lock you away in the death of your own ego. You must be the warden. You are the only warden. Like Sharpie. What replaces you is just a bag of rocks, and nobody wants to place their fate in the hands of a bag of rocks. They don't even have hands. This has been our Fun Facts Constance Corner. Let's jump ahead to the future. Your future. The future of you. Because this story is about you. I mentioned that, I think. Pictures on your wall of happy times and frozen joy. Your family around you. One of the oldest human concepts now growing on your bloodline. Like necessary ivy, hardening it, elongating it, certifying it. You must cling to that ivy. You must never take your hands off of it. Shades of fire chase the ivy around your lifespan. Your story. And you do not resist. It is your life and your pain and the pain of those around you. All taken, held, and nurtured. You hold it tight until it burns your hand. And you say this: no one else will ever have to live like this. No one else will ever have to feel this pain. No, not on my watch. My life is not a bag of rocks. This was a story about you. And this has been your host and your friendly neighborhood storyteller, Red Grin. Good night, listeners. Good night.
Evil wins when you let it destroy your faith in the power of good. When we let it. Because it is our faith. Ours. It is ours to make and ours to break. Because we are who we are. Right? Hello, listeners. Hello again. And never before. This is your host, Red Grin. The darkness, the darkness, the darkness in you. Our world, our reality, our lives are like towns, big and small, narrow and wide, densely populated or deserted and forgotten. You can find anything in a town, anything at all.
It just depends on where you are. Where you are and who you are is everything. Everything in the squinting, narrowing eyes of people with powdered wigs or visually appropriate facelifts. Are your eyes narrowing? Can you get past the surface of things? Can you? Well, let's find out. Where does your eye catch the river that flows through your garden of secrets and lies? Or truths? Can you see it yet? Can you see me? Maybe I'm red. Maybe I'm blue. Or simply dark pale and new. Composed entirely in rhythm with the elaborate human construct of time. Made entirely out of you. Maybe I'm straight, bent at right angle, or perhaps I'm leading back towards the shapes of things you'd rather forget. It doesn't matter. It's still a line. A line of time. A line of time and blood we can wind, stretch, pull, and snap. How long is a piece of string? As long as you make it. Let's get back to reality for now. Which one, I hear you ask? Well, that's just it, listeners. That's just it. Let's head on over to our Fun Facts Constance Corner. You've been there before. The place where everything and nothing matters. The place where the universe can be yours. Do you know what algebraic topology is? No? Well, let's break it down, shall we? And whatever you do, don't snore. It's bad for the throat. In the world of algebra, a division of mathematics so broad that it is seen by many as indefinable and therefore unreachable, which I suppose is pretty much the opposite of what it actually is, but there is something else that goes by the name of abstract algebra, often also referred to as modern algebra. It is basically the study of algebraic structures. You know, groups, rings, fields, modules, vector spaces, blah, blah, blah. And for our purposes, next comes the space. The topological space. A space that relies only upon set theory and is the most general notion of a mathematical space that allows for the definition of concepts such as continuity, connectivity, and convergence. Let us now imagine this topological space as a human brain and see what we can learn from science. I have an idea. Why don't we head on over to the EPPL news desk, to our unwitting correspondent, Catherine Hess-Bellwald, and let's pick her brains, eh?
If you looked at a movie of neural activity with neurons spiking here and here and here and here, it's very difficult, if not impossible, to detect any pattern in the firing. But when you look at this pattern of firing through the filter of algebraic topology, different structures emerge. in terms of which families of neurons are firing in which order, and then more complex structures when you look at how these different families are related to each other. When one looks at the evolution of such a pattern through time, it gives us a mathematical signature that describes this pattern that was hidden in the seemingly chaotic firing of the network. The big question is, you're looking at the brain after a stimulus, and it has this activity pattern, and somehow it should be encoding information about what came in and then coming to some sort of decision about what to do next. What I think that we're seeing here is a way of interpreting or visualizing the brain's own code for what it's doing. It processes the information, it's encoding the input signal, and then it's coming to some sort of decision. And what algebraic topology enables us to do is to describe that encoding process and perhaps even to visualize the moment at which the brain is making a decision. So there are more and more intricate structures among these neurons that are building up as it's thinking about, it's processing the information, and then boom, we come to a decision. That's what we're detecting. We're detecting the information processing and decision-making processing of the brain.
Thank you, Catherine Hespelwald. That was most enlightening, and we are all still awake. Or are we? Are you? What decision did your mind make? Did you rise, or did you fall? My brain feels elevated. How about yours? Did it rise like the fires of confusion and apathy? The fires that will seemingly be forever burning the sensitive skin of those that want to know more. Those that need to know more. The detection of the information processing and decision-making of the human brain, creating entire internal universes, just as our decisions create external ones. The codified breakdowns of what and how we think. The source code of the mind. How do you make a decision? Do you know? Do you run internal simulations? Play out every scenario and analyze the possible outcomes? Or do you just make a list? There is no right or wrong way, so don't answer those questions. Rather, ask yourself one. Ask yourself a question that only you can answer. Right now, anyway. What do you think you are thinking? This has been our Fun Facts Constance Corner. Evil wins when we let it destroy our faith in the power of good. But does good win when we let it destroy our faith in the power of evil? What do you think? People say that good and bad are artificial constructs, human constructs that we are born to follow, or not. We no longer know the truth, do we? Did we ever know the truth? Did we ever have a true, unified perspective on what should be and what should not? Maybe once, maybe twice, or maybe never. What we do have, though, is the grey. There is always the grey area of grey, the endless space in between, the stage that we dance on until our feet bleed and we scream at ourselves with rage to make a choice. or whisper to ourselves with love not to. So, scream at yourselves or whisper. Raise yourselves up, bring yourselves down, or neither. Ride the forever bumpy and syncopated line of ambiguous truth. And watch your step. Or don't. Keep your rhythm. Or don't. Remember, listeners, it's not up to me. It is up to you. This has been your host, Redgren. Do not turn your head. Do not block your ears. Do not move. Only you can hear. Only you can see. It's only you that's listening. It's only you that's watching. Only you can make this world seem right. Only you can make this darkness bright. Only you and you alone. Sorry, listeners. Bit distracted this evening. Whatever that is. That previous parasat-fueled encounter with Sharpie stirred up the need for, shall we say, a touch of self-medication. This is your host, Redgren. There is a serious house on a serious earth. We think we all know what it is called, because we all think it is called different things. This house has thoughts. It thinks different things. Why wouldn't it? As we all think different things. Microwaves have mouths and ears. The house thought. The world ended over 30 years ago. It thought some more. This house has rooms. This house has guests. North, south, east, and west. And each tells a tale of the soul that turns to history. Their history. The history of how they came to be and how they ended up in this serious house on this serious earth. There are chants of time and space and matter that carry them all through their communal dreams. They sing and dance and sting and lance and stay hidden away in this serious house. There is hate, there is love, and there is loss. There is light, there is dark, and there is us. We are the question. What is the question? What are we, really? Is there a lover in the story? Or is the story still the same? Is there a lullaby for suffering? Or a paradox to blame? Do we really have permission to murder and to maim? If they want it darker, do you really want us to kill the flame? For generations, we have looked up at the sky and wondered when it all might end, when it all might come crashing down. But still, you quietly find yourself rooting for the storm. It is one of the most ancient fantasies of civilization itself. Lacacism. Craving the end of the world, so that we can stop the waiting in its tracks, give it a taste of its own agony and kill it dead. Finally hunted down by the master of time. At the end of all things, the solid star rapidly approaches, ladies and gentlemen. Never questioning, never judging, but forever destroying. We cannot outrun our own creation, listeners. Can you feel the heat? We are running out of time. All of our moments are burning. The flames lit by lesser men with even lesser hair. But men like that, people like that, are always ignorant of this. Great people are forged in fire. So let us rise from the ashes and incinerate the apathy. Or, as the Dark Knight says, while rising from the ashes, light it up. Oh, what a beautiful illusion you were, my dear delusional Dark Knight. But you forget, sometimes that dreams do not exist. You... Oh, you were unexpected. Like the heat of a summer's day, you caught me off guard. No, I would not fall for you. I couldn't. I should have known better than to trust, than to be fooled by your soft summer voice and your green eyes like the fields we walked through, or the beard that suited you almost too well. We were a haze of almost kisses and walks with cows, yellow backpacks and yellow jeans, of ice and water, tickled fights on purple sheets and acting innocent in the face of your mother. You were the sunny days when there were none, but like all sunny days, it didn't last. As the season changed, you did too. In the months when everything suddenly becomes cold and orange and dead, you became your own. October colors that seemed so unlike you shone through the cracks between the shift. The ghost of summer dwindled helplessly. Maybe one day our summer will return, and so too will the strawberry and cream chocolates, free drinks, and the games of Monopoly. I hate you. No, you don't. You know something, listeners? It used to be when people talked about the end of the world, we locked them up, or laughed them off, or sometimes both. And to go on to say that we should have taken them more seriously back then is a given. Some people create their vocation around it, around the end of the world. Your host is no exception to the bendy rule. But it's not easy. The solid star invades our dreams. Every night we have bad dreams. But we forget, because we must. We forgot our nightmares containing the contractual sanity of the end. We forgot because of them. The ones who know, the ones who see in the dark. One moon circles. They know. I know. I see. I remember the final day. But it wasn't all bad. I was not alone. Listeners, I am never alone. You were there. You, whoever you are, whoever you were, or soon will never be. Your shoulder was a place I felt safe. Somewhere in a world of illness and fear, I found somewhere safe. I'll hold your hand if you get scared. Were you afraid of becoming a ghost? Like the ones we joked about? Like the ones underneath? Pity. Back then, after the end, your face was clear, your voice ringing loud in my memory, the dark pale queen of my safe zone. And now, back before the end, all I see are blurry features, blurrier thoughts, and from your lips, the part of you that could build and destroy more than your hands. It already has, and it will again. The existence of the sanity clause is known not by the apathetics of this world, but by the fools, the paranoids, the questioners, the artists, by us, the clean slates that can paint their inner selves on the outside. The ones who can become anything. The ones who can step outside and close the door on all those dreadful things that happened and haven't happened yet. We can lock them away, put them to sleep, and whisper to them softly. Softly. Good night, dreadful things. Good night. Mystery. Mr. E. You've all been dead now. Wait a minute. Let me see. 15 years come the start of World War III. Which means... we seem to be right back in 2003. How did we get here, listeners? How did we get here? This is your host, Red. Question. Do you walk the line of the grey? Answer. It depends. As the line grows ever blurrier, ever deeper, as the logical and moral equator of our collective consciousness grows, expands, it only starts depending more. Just more. It just depends. Question. Do you see in color? Answer. I dream in black and white, just like the images in the corners of all our eyes, as it is written in the wills and the ways of the world that surrounds. Question. Do you believe in perfect hiding? Answer. Give me 3 black beans and the head of a dead man, and I will show you invisibility. My advice to you would be attempting to transcend and escape the limitations of the physical. Meditate, breathe, and listen. We all speak out loud when our brains think that we are alone, because our heart knows that we are not. I would like to say a big, gigantic, hatchet-swinging thank you to all of those who submitted questions. It has been most enlightening. Follow and tweet me at ArcJester if you would enjoy the chainsaw priming feeling that comes along with your question being featured on this show. Other feelings include the equal to noticing chipped nail polish, coming across a news report that features Matt Damon running for public transport, dressed in black when you've just watched a Jason Bourne movie the night before. The feeling you get when you see blood on the floor and smile in relief as you see that it is your own, gushing from your nose. That's okay, you say, as long as the dog didn't cut her paw. It's okay. Specific feelings, yes, but I challenge you, listeners. At the end of the show, go experience these feelings for yourself. Prime a chainsaw, paint your nails badly, watch a Jason Bourne movie before later stalking Matt Damon's fashion sense, walk your dog safely, clean up your blood, and follow me on Twitter. Become one with the Never Not There and embrace the Cabaret. A few weeks ago, in a galaxy far, far away, 65 million light years to be exact, although who can be exact at that distance, a discovery was made. Astronomers have discovered a galaxy that exists in perfect tandem with the rest of the universe, without the use, without the very presence of things that matter darkly. That matter has long been considered one of the most fundamental building blocks of our universe. The galaxy itself has a catchy title. NGC 1052-D52. Definitely one to dance to. While dark matter has yet to be directly observed by scientists talking about perfect hiding, it is generally considered a vital ingredient in the birth of galaxies. Let's see now. Where are my quotes? Ah, yes. Over there. In the Fun Facts Constance corner. Just at the end of the cavalry section. We thought all galaxies were made up of stars, gas and dark matter mixed together, but with dark matter always dominating, said Professor Roberto Abraham, an astronomer at the University of Toronto, who co-authored the paper describing the discovery. Now it seems that at least some galaxies exist with lots of stars and gas and hardly any dark matter. It is pretty bizarre. D52 is known as an ultra-diffuse or ghost galaxy. Oh, it feels like Christmas. An extremely low-density variety, recognizable due to its large size and faint appearance. However, this one has been described as an oddity, even among this unusual class of galaxy. According to Shani Danieli, a Yale University graduate student who contributed to its discovery. Oh, look at you all, you clever people. Clever, clever people. Whenever I read quotes from these people or torture them for information, I always try to pick out a few words or phrases that caught my attention while reading or stabbing. The first phrase was ghost galaxy, and the second, large size and faint appearance. I wonder, listeners, could this be the faraway universal gate, the entrance to the endless plains of the never not there, to the place where death eternal lies? I hope so. It's nice to get visitors here on occasion. All joking aside, this challenges and in some cases destroys well-established ideas about how galaxies are formed, just like how science as a whole continues to challenge and pummel God, or the gods in the sky, or the ones underneath. The ladies, the gentlemen, and the variations thereupon are receding, forever losing their good looks. In the days where the new truth forever reigns, there are only splinter cells. Cells that can only hide in the shadow of the things we don't understand. That shadow is long, tall, brooding, and most of all, dark. But does it even matter? Science says it doesn't. No. Our universe is made out of something much, much brighter. And you can decide for yourself whether that matters or not. Smile, my dreadful things. Smile bright. I am bleeding. I am feeding, but I can bring me back to me. I am seething. I am needing and pleading, but you want to make me see. We be walking, you be talking, talking of the will to be. We be shocking, and I be locking, locking away from me. Strap yourselves in, listeners. Much like complacency, this is the kind of resonance that kills. This is your host, Red Grin. Throw yourself in, swim, and hope you may drown, or don't. When it hits you, there is a feeling of invincibility, and why shouldn't there be? It was designed to kill pain. It was designed to kill you. Maybe that is what it is. Maybe disparity by design is what makes it worthwhile. Maybe the deception is what makes it contagious. Wake up. Your fifth dimension filled with regret. But there was something there. There was something that made it matter. That made the denial attractive. That made you want to lie about who you are and what you are to the people you love most. To the people that got you to where you are in a physical and psychological sense in the first place. They gave you life in more ways than one, and you become addicted to the possibility of death in more ways than 20, because death matters to you. Death is where she is, and you have to find her. You have to tell her that you're sorry for becoming part of her life, but you know deep inside that she would see you as a disappointment, a waste. She would look on you with shame. Or would she? Would she not welcome you? Give you a tour of the never not there? Give you the answers that you've been searching for since the night you decided nobody living could provide? Nobody at all. All you get is a glimpse, a watered-down view of the perspective you attempt to remember. You remember the deep conversations and the wild mutual attachment that you tell yourself your relationship was built on. A relationship with deceptively and terrifyingly weak foundations. Foundations that cracked under your collective and incredibly depressive weight. You two were a kindred spirit, and now she solely remains the latter. And as that thought enters your mind, you roll, you sip, you split, snort, or plunge, all because you are sorry. And you always will be. Until you see her again. Here he slouches in the corners of all our eyes, doing nothing but adding to the smoke that radiates and rises from the ones underneath. His wings are on display, resting wearily against the cold street he calls home when nobody is looking. But someone always is. The wings are scarred, forever smoke blackened, much like the rest of his soul. He is sure that he did not ask to be reborn this way. No, not this way. But, like many who have been deceived into a fall, no, the fall from grace, to lie there rotting in the ever-deepening pit that is misguided self-creation. He basks in the bitter, the unwanted, the apathy. He bathes in the stigmatized waters of the disengaged. He has the option to tread with care, to tread with strength, or to descend into the sunken place. It is a place that to one of the fallen would seem like a misplaceable place of peace and serenity. But the joy of tranquility is as it is within this place that people long to eternal lie. It is initial, it is fleeting, it is an illusion to the ones who don't know any better. But this man does not know everything. What indeed lies beyond the endless oceans of the sunken place? This angel fears what lies beyond the shadow-filled oceans of the unknown. And he's not alone on that score. It is that very fear that gives him the strength to keep his head above the bloodline. This ocean of pain and regret is, of course, far too vast not to feel alone. The only way to kill his loneliness is to swim, and just keep swimming. All the while his wings complaining from the lack of neglect. All the furious angel has to do is follow the cries, stalk the screams of the ones treading lightly, the ones about to drown. Perhaps the ones who haven't found the strength to breathe in the grey balance of life, and are terrified that floating might not be enough to save their own. The undertow pulls, the tide shifts, the ocean turns to crimson as it feasts on the drowned, on the disenfranchised, and, of course, those who have been blessed with chronic misfortune. The one who the ocean of pain wrongly sees and feels as weak. That is its first blunder. It underestimates the damaged, and it never expects the furious angels, the ones who have the ability to transcend, escape, and ascend out of this ocean of fear and loathing. But this furious angel, Zerzero is his name, I know him personally of course, does not perform his duty selfishly. He's not trying to buy his way into heaven. He doesn't even know where that is. He sees it as his purpose. Whenever he spreads his wings, it hurts, burns even. But Zerzero is one for working through pain. He never ascends alone. He is forever holding the dripping, shaking hands of the nearly drowned, the ones who never realized that they could fly, who never realized there would come a day where their feet would once again touch the surface of sand. It is a surface that almost all who touch it can nearly remember again. Memories of times before they knew the sunken place even existed, before their lungs were filled with tears and blood, filled with all things with the exception of air, of peace, the exception of life. The furious angel suspends himself above terra firma, smoking heavily and drinking heavily to quench and compensate, just outside and looking down upon the reality that now stands firm, looking up and smiling with relief. A smile of the many who deserve to try again, to start again. The angel smiles back, furiously of course, as he always does. He is, after all teeth. He's all teeth. He's all teeth. Why not ground yourself, says the second chance, standing firm. Why not come with me? Because, he says, flapping his wings through gritted teeth, this is where you belong, in your own reality. This is your stop. He points behind the second chance towards the murky grey forest of the living. I would advise you to keep to the path that leads to your zone of safety. The forest has a way of leading you towards the edge. It is tempting, I know. But this vicious circle must be broken. I can't keep catching you. Not forever. My wings can't take it.
The second chance, standing firm, nods and smiles, not knowing whether it was a genuine or hollow smile, and turns away as the angel returns to where he was reborn to wallow and save. Towards the grey forests the second chance firmly strides, with the angel's voice on the inside, like a satellite navigation for the soul. But still, the sirens aren't loud enough. Still, the pain and the beautiful indifference blares and beckons towards the precipice that is the near fall from grace. The second chance begins to cry with shame, but smiles darkly as they prepare to fall, because he would be there, the furious angel, the one with the unbreakable broken wings, the scarred heart, and the ever-silencing soul. Zerzero, the one who was forced to fall and created to catch. On the edge now, the second chance is no longer standing firm, looking at the rocks below into the relapsed ocean of tears, blood, and history. They're high, they're drunk, and as the dark smile widens, they start to pray. He is like a sentence of death. He has less than no options left, and he has everything to show now. He is down on the ground. He has no longer forever to live, and he has no choice but to know now. It is his gift, it is his curse, it is his time. And if I fall, my furious angel, my frenzied jester of the fallen, he will be there to bring me back to me. He will bring me back to me. If the human souls are to never die, the souls of the fallen angels must remain eternal high. Amen to that, my furious angels. Amen to that. This has been your host, Redgrid. Breaking news. Souls are the hidden fiery stones that break all hearts in the endless end. Dream. Now. Do it. Thank you. Now that you're here, why don't I cup your ear with gentle rage and drag you down these mysterious ways? These holes bathed in the grey hue of darkness and light. Not to mention, ready and open for the business we call death. Are you dead yet? No? Good. There would be something very wrong if you were. With that being said, I have a story for you.
I dare say I rarely get the chance to prattle with ears about my time between spheres, settling into the void of life, devoid of death. This sentient house of mine does provide somewhat of a refuge from my very own timeless time. And although I am the host, I am not above or beyond the choices she seems to make, or with whom she chooses to align. Good and evil venture here, and regardless I must provide. Though when balance itself is on my floor, I do tip my hat in pride. Zerzero is his name, we sailed a ship as friends. What became of him, I hear you roar? One answer. It just depends. Don't worry, listeners. I'll be with you every step of the way. Let us begin. And we will start, of course, with me. It was the design of the one on the other side to bestow upon me the name of Redgrin. I apparently am viewed by him as an escape, the shivering coward that he is. I often feel his hate when I want love, the pain that comes along with the smiling demons of truth. Well, that is my pain, and all he does is right. When I draw nigh the end, which could be never, I do hope I witness the pain in his eyes, the terror as he passes on to the endless plains. I hope to be the one that laughs last as he dies. So does my pain, but also my purpose. I understand that in hell it rains like a bitch, and I am scared of hell. I often dance on the sidelines of its eternal possibility, making it my very own reality, making it possible. But if you can wish something into existence like a noble death that is born of a noble life, is it not possible to dispel things like the lurking fear of hell from your own existence? You want to summon an angel, a demon, perhaps. Then it is just a matter of summoning an angel or demon that exists to disengage, to depart from tired realities and search for new ones. If your sole purpose is to disengage, and you'll find yourself one day fearing that very purpose, embrace that. Embrace the newfound fear of yourself, because that is the only way we can change our purpose. Scare yourself dead to resurrect the truth within. You won't be disappointed. No. Just absolutely terrified. Which brings me on to the next part of our story about us. I hope you've been keeping up, my dreadful things. Can you hear that? Because I can. I do believe things are about to get furious. Come hither, my friend, dirt under your nails. Know not to be present for times that you fail. The sun on your face, your life on the line. It's the moon that shines down on you due to your crimes. So empty your soul, for death will soon pass. When you live, it's the pain of it that keeps you crass. So host with your teeth. Yes, that's what she said. Oh, but what good's a host when your guests are all dead, as they're never not there? Does nothing but shine. Will you follow me now to the end of the line? It's you, my furious one. Why are you here? The silent treatment, eh? You know, it speaks volumes. I can already feel the rise of the subsurface reverberations. What is it with you angels? Always asking questions, always craving answers, and it falls to me every damn time.
I need your help.
See, that's what I mean. You're all echoey, and if I'm honest, a bit moany. Or maybe you're more of a droner. Now, let's see here. Big, bleary, gaping yellow eyes. Strange striding gait, interesting fashion sense. Never fear the waistcoats are our friends. Large if hygienically neglected wingspan. Grey feathers, all surprisingly intact.
I don't have time for the usual spiel, Redgrin.
Spiel? How rude! I worked hard on that poem. Upon dimensional entry to this house, all deserve protection from her host. Even you, old feathery one.
I have a problem.
Oh yes, how is the soul-catching business these days? Still floating on the periphery of people's existence? Setting up camp in the corners of all their eyes because you can't get your wings through a motel room door? When was the last time you had a right to be anywhere?
I pay for it all in my own way. You know that.
I know a lot of things about you, Zerzero, ZZ, Z-Man. You are Z-Man. Z-Man with the wingspan.
Please stop.
My apologies, dear. I do know that you wouldn't come to my mysterious house between these serious earths if you didn't need to. If you weren't already desperate. Did you drop the hourglass of time again? Lose the spinning sand? Because I am not sweeping that up. Not again. It gets everywhere.
No, it's personal.
You look shifty, and you're less glowy than usual. Did you die again? You better not have died again. It's a bitch and a half to wake you up.
I know that my next time is fast approaching if you can't help me.
Well, doesn't that depend on the problem?
My wings.
What about them?
Not strong enough. Can't rise up.
How heavy was your last catch?
Too heavy. So much pain. Fear. And rage.
Not to mention wood.
Excuse me.
You have a large chunk of wood sticking out of your left wing.
I didn't notice. The pain is the same.
The fact that you didn't notice tells me you're becoming your own kind of complacent. You cannot afford to be complacent. Sit down, darling, and I'll take a look. For someone who used to have his own entire horn section back in the day, you've become awfully disheveled. Like you've fallen one too many times.
I have been doing this job for far too long.
You know there is no time limit on grief or pain. Not really. Not for you anyway. You made a promise. It was the path you chose. Kind of. And there are seagull feathers in here. Seriously, when was the last time you showered?
Scent of an angel. Get over it.
I do resent that remark, as I am the one taking a prized afro comb to your chicken wings. Which, by the way, are in very poor condition. Excuse me while I seal up this wound. And whatever you do, my furious one, don't blink. Hetlea, kis egnala et fortagil, egier gethia. There we go. As good as old. Mostly. Anything else?
I've been losing time. Waking up in strange places. Can't remember how I got there.
Stranger than this? We have drug-addled, dilapidated dancing dictaphones here.
Well, no, but strange enough.
Well, that would only be surprising if you weren't drowning yourself in intoxicants on a constant basis. Don't look at me like that. I see things. We ourselves are not above the problems of the people we serve.
Well, my service hasn't exactly been at a high standard of late.
What are you talking about?
I lost some.
Lost some what?
Souls.
You what?
I can't explain it.
You soul dropped?
Don't call it that.
I am calling it what it is, you flappy, flat face. There hasn't been a soul drop since...
I know.
Can I finish?
I'd rather you didn't.
Do you want my help or not?
That's why I'm here.
Then be a lamb and hush your flap face. There hasn't been a soul drop since the new declaration. Which means... How many are we talking about here? Hundreds? Thousands?
With the way things are out there, it could be. But I'm not responsible for all of them. It's happening everywhere.
No wonder your wings are getting torn apart. You've been picking up the slack, ZZ, overworking yourself.
Is there another option?
Yes, you idiot. Find the underlying cause. You can't just keep flapping away and hope you don't get pulled down into the sunken place along with the people you're trying to save. It's found its way here, you know. Calls to me often, and you can only escape it due to those things on your back which have seen better centuries. Or, of course, if you're me.
I've become more used to the sight of that place than is comfortable. As have many I've caught. They wake up with a new kind of fear, a fear of a rising darkness, and then just get swallowed up all over again. Buried too deep for me to pull them out. But there is something wrong. Something there that wasn't there before. Or rather something that was there before that is no longer now.
You're dwindling.
Excuse me?
Your kind, I mean, they're disappearing. Or someone or something is making them disappear.
No, I would feel that. And how would you know?
It's what happens when you regularly nibble on the grapevine. You learn things. Only during breakfast, of course. Plus, angels have disappeared before. Did you ever know it then?
I can't remember.
Well, that's just maddeningly unhelpful. You're compartmentalized. All of you. One thing that didn't seem to be altered from the old declaration to the new. I believe the small print was even copied and pasted. You can choose to connect yourself to those you save, but connecting to each other? No. And that applies to all angels, even the ones with clean souls. So you are probably rather low on their list of priorities, my friend. However, you're at the top of mine, it seems, so come on. Suivez-moi. Follow me.
And where exactly are we going?
Zerzura, my boy, we're taking a walk on the dark side. When angels start going missing, it's usually the demons that are most likely to know where. Unless it's by choice. And for both our sakes, let's hope it isn't.
Yes, let us hope. Again.
For the first time. Again.
Between you and me, I hate when you do that.
Hush now. I'm trying to remember where I put my uninvited guest. The house has a way of shifting the rooms around. Not to mention it enjoys shifting its metaphysical location too. It's handy if you need to make a quick getaway, as I usually do. And it makes doing the food shopping very interesting.
What uninvited guest?
Seriously? You don't want to hear about the shopping?
Not particularly.
How disappointing. Ah, here we go. Also, do mind the bats above your head. They have a tendency to get attached. Seems our razor-sharp demonic friend has been scratching at the door to his accommodation. I've half a mind to put the rent up, or increase the thickness of the steel on his restraints. Now, let me see. Where did I put that? Ah, yes.
What is that?
A skeleton key. Obviously. What kind of warden would I be if I made sure they were chained to the wall but just left the door open? Sloppy workmanship.
I don't see anything.
Oh, silly me, you and your paradoxical grey angelic ways. Blind to all things that matter darkly. They really did a number on you on the way down, didn't they? Can't sense each other, that's one thing. Can't even sense evil. That is specifically tragic, even for you.
I can sense the presence, you dickhead. I just can't physically see or hear him. It's part of my punishment. There is more cause to fear what one cannot see, but only feel.
Oh, well then it's just a matter of lifting the veil of deafening deceit. Close your eyes.
What?
Do you want to see the evil thing chained to the floor or not?
Yes.
Then hush, close your eyes, breathe, and listen. Pelako, Yobe, Elegua, Imbone, Ukchila, Panshita. You can open them now. Angel face. Angel face. I think he's talking to you.
I got that. Thank you. Who are you? Name yourself.
Angel face. Look at those hellfire blackened toes. They're practically curling. Do you two know each other?
I would remember that face. Those eyes.
Would you? You've been losing time, remember? Waking up in strange places. Might this one be an inhabitant of at least a select few of those humble dimensions?
I don't know.
Brilliant.
You're supposed to be up in the sky, angel face. What you doing down here on this filthy, hallowed ground? You break your wings.
He knows something.
Well, he certainly knows a lot more than you.
How long has he been here?
What kind of question is that? This house exists outside of even your realm. Why don't you just ask me when I stop strangling and drowning serial killers' cats?
Cats. Half in, half out, anyway. Find many tails above the head when walking with the living dead.
Did he just rhyme? Do demons rhyme?
Probably my influence. I don't have many guests in this here establishment, and, well, this room is usually close to my office, except when the sun that lies weighs heavy in the sky. When that happens, I'm usually bamboozled by a bunch of angry sentient clocks who enjoy telling me that it's my time to die. But as I explain to them, the concept of their very existence is human and therefore meaningless on this plane of existence, they quickly start questioning their own place in my universe and becoming a bunch of crying, sentient clocks. It's all very watery. And yes, demons can and do rhyme. It's just usually in their own tongue. Luckily, the house likes to translate for our benefit.
I can see why some of this verbosity has rubbed off on our friend here.
Oh, verbosity. Great word. I am curious, though, my horned, steamy, lava-hot something, as to how you knew of the current condition of my feathery friend here.
Everybody knows just as everybody goes. And everybody goes just as everybody loathes. Evil wins. Evil wins.
What the hell are you talking about?
I don't think you're supposed to say...
Shut it!
You're in trouble now. They will come for you. All of them. For you, angel face. Only you.
I understand. Now there were two wasted words.
Shut up. Wait, what? Are you sure?
Of course I understand. Now come on. We're going on a little field trip.
Only you can make this world seem right. Only you can make this darkness bright. Only you and you alone.
Do hurry up.
Where are we going now?
A complicated and as yet unknown route. Keep up.
Are you
going to explain?
Seems to be what I do best, right, listeners? My final name is exposition.
This isn't funny, Redgrin.
I know. It's bad.
And what is it, exactly?
The rising darkness. It is the rising darkness.
From the ones underneath? But what about the higher place? The elders?
You mean the ones that kicked your feathery tuchus to the finite curve?
Yes.
Weren't you listening back there? Evil wins.
That's it. Evil wins.
No, you clearly have a hangover. Evil wins when
we let it destroy our faith in the power of good. The power is fading, and the faith has been shaken.
And the ones underneath have been stirring. It's a cocktail of catastrophe. Angels are being weakened, some almost vanishing from existence.
They're giving in to their eternally denied temptation. And my disconnection to the higher place makes me oblivious to this? How long has this been going on?
We can never be sure of that. Not really. But that connection is overrated, and its bandwidth is pathetic. It provides you with nothing more than context.
In a situation like this, context would have been appreciated.
And whose fault is it that it wasn't there in the first place? Can I go on? Thank you. The reason why the higher angels, the do-gooders as I call them, are dwindling in number, most likely being torn apart from the inside out, is because they have, at long last, become doorways of complacency.
And complacency kills. The temptation lives.
They can see, just like you see, that faith in them has been shaken. Time moves differently for the ones they pretend to serve, the ones that you actually serve. They age, decay, wither and die, but also evolve. If the higher place is truly timeless as it claims to be, how is it sustainable to conserve the apparently objective perfection of the old order? Objective perfection no longer exists, not to the ones that actually matter.
If it ever did exist.
Regardless, I have always seen the higher place as frozen, still, boring, somewhat predetermined, a subjective objectification of perfection. Try and say that 3 times fast.
No, thank you. So, what do they want with me?
They want you because you're special.
I am disgraced.
That's exactly the point. Even I don't know which side to root for now.
The rising of the dark, due to the complacency of the light.
Poetic, isn't it?
It's horrific. I still don't understand my place in all this.
Well, we're nearly there, so let me spell it out for you. And watch the spiky mushrooms on your left.
Spiky mushrooms?
Ow! Never mind. Just listen and walk, thick face. Your connection to the higher place was severed, yes, but the lack of connection saved you. Just think about it. It's why you haven't been overtaken, destroyed. You weren't connected to the higher place. You were connected to the people who matter, the people of Earth. You have become a somewhat drunken savior. The angels, the demons, the gods, and the devils, they all see themselves as all-powerful in their own way. They are both that hopelessly arrogant. But what kind of all-powerful being would you be if you didn't understand fear, rage, and pain, as well as love, joy, and hope? You are closer to understanding both because you have lived amongst both more than either side could ever hope to or claim to. You understand balance, and you recognize the beauty in evil. You and a handful of other gray-feathered fuck-ups.
Okay, now I am scared.
I know, but I can tell your reasons are misguided.
What do you mean?
I mean that you don't really believe what I'm telling you. You still think they'll come for you like they did the others. You think they'll drag you down to their asylum and subject you to the various tests, inducing muscle aches, spasms, making your body suddenly feel like it's on fire before entombing it in ice, stripping you of your astral form and making you experience every single moment of fear and pain simultaneously. There is no time there, and there are no recognizable humans there to give you the solace that you need to not give in. It never stops as you hallucinate and dream of death. No, don't worry about any of that.
That's not helping.
Be zen about the fear of eternal pain, my friend, and focus on the real problem.
And what is that?
Recruitment. They are going to try and recruit you to their side, to their cause of grey-red fire.
Wouldn't that be in some way counterproductive?
They're big on micromanagement. They'll be watching you. Now be a love and bleed on that door handle. We've got a lot of soul searching to do. Remember?
I remember. I still don't understand why you have to bleed on some of these doors to get them to open.
It shows you're serious, does it not? Literal soul searching requires dedication, much like the room of questions and the universal protection bubbles of my own design.
The guilt has been weighing on me. The anger and the sudden yet gradual feeling of eternal weakness.
Your anger is understandable, though I believe still misdirected. Be angry at the ones who made you, the ones above, the ones who left you to clean up their mess. They are the reason you soul dropped. Do not blame yourself. Instead, help me find them. Ah, here we are. Lovely and dark. Looks more like ooze than water.
The closest comparison would be oil.
Yum.
Are we really going in there? Staying in there? My wings are still healing, and you don't have any.
Not since I grew my curly hairs, no. But I have a way around it. Never fear, angel face. I'll need you to stay still for the initial binding. Otherwise there'll be pieces of you outside the bubble. I mean, it's not a bubble, but just think of a bubble. Ready?
Probably.
That's what I like to hear. And take this pristine pentacle pendant. You're going to need it later. Figer ut semun, quat ventus. Oh, the HP sauce drizzled over the craft of love. In a bubble. Perfect for soul catching. What do you think?
Well, I'll be damned all over again.
For all those beautiful listeners out there in the world beyond who are happy hanging off the edge of a somewhat metaphorical cliff until the conclusion, please subscribe for more rope. And, of course, zero gravity strawberries. If you enjoyed the show, please leave a like. If you didn't, leave a dislike if you must, but please do follow me on Twitter at ArcJester, if you'd be so careful to do exactly as you're told. You think I am the healer, and you're out of the game. You think I am the dealer, and you're more than broken and lame. Does the dark shine of your glory bring you out in clouds of shame? I don't mean to pry. I just know you can't lie.
Who are you talking to?
Whoever is listening. Can you hear them? The sirens, the lost and forgotten screaming out for acceptance, safety. Poor souls. You can't blame them. No. You can never blame the soul.
They haven't been forgotten. That's why we're here.
Do you even know how we're going to get these souls back?
No.
And you call yourself a soul catcher?
I am a soul catcher. An apparently gravely necessary one, according to you. And you're supposed to know this was your idea.
Of course I know.
Well then, why did you...
I was trying to determine how much actual explaining and narrating I'm going to have to do on this, shall we say, watery voyage of ours. If you don't know, then it tells me that you probably haven't been down here in quite a while.
Isn't that a good thing?
Technically, yes. A testament to your species and to your penance. But it does have its downsides. In many ways. Certainly more ways than one. At least.
What are you talking about?
New management. You haven't noticed anything different about the shapes in the water?
I've never had enough time to fully take them in. But I am aware of the shapes that morph along with time. By the sun they are somewhat glassy, edgy, not quite there. By night they are terrifying, but almost convey their own fear, almost like the fear of the self is greater than the fear of outsiders, or intruders.
Seems like a pretty concise analysis to me, ZZ.
It's only within the last 100 years that sightings have been reported by others.
You make your kind sound so cloak and dagger.
We can be.
Someone once described you a lot as the neighborhood watch of the netherworld. Not exactly MI6.
Hey, somebody had to look out for suburbia, okay? We can't all just appear when things get dire to the point we can no longer ignore them. And then just navel gaze in another dimension the rest of the timeless time.
I do not navel gaze.
Keep telling yourself that, Smiley. Also, do be specific and tell me who coined that phrase.
I did. About 8 secondless seconds ago. Whatever they are.
You're an ass. You are also contradicting yourself. Back in the house, you called me special. You literally used the word special.
I should make that my new middle name.
What? Ass.
Oh, he's funny. Isn't he funny, listeners? No, I meant contradiction. Have you heard my speech pattern?
Often enough. Whenever a lecture is on at the Hall of Spooky Misery. You can just abbreviate that to Dick.
I'll abbreviate you in a minute.
What does that even mean?
You don't want to know.
What is it with you? Ever since we entered this place, you've gone all grumpy.
Well, firstly, I'm not exactly comfortable. And secondly, my focus is somewhat split trying to maintain this projection pod.
This what now?
Projection pod.
Still not getting it.
The clue is in the name.
Wait, is this a parallel pocket projection?
Sexy amount of alliteration, my dear. And yes.
It's impressive. I've never come across one on this scale before. Not to mention the shape. Seems like you took that part rather seriously.
I like writing the line between symmetry and chaos. Occasionally I have the tendency to split my differential and tip on over the side, but not often. And I took every part of it seriously. Well, there is a bit of comedy in the color. Love me some fluorescence. Red just seemed a bit too submarine-y. And as we're beneath an ocean of, well, the nearly and dearly dead, green just seemed like a nice contrast.
Agreed.
Plus, it's a good idea to make your presence known in a place like this. Come in peace and all that, otherwise you'll leave in pieces. Or won't leave at all. Parallel pocket projection, or no parallel pocket projection.
You just wanted an excuse to say that twice, didn't you?
Possibly.
You should give this thing a name.
Blasphemy from the fallen angel in the house. She's not an it, she's a she, and her name is Bubbles.
You're kidding me. Bubbles.
She's my personal bubble, so what's wrong with the name Bubbles?
It just seems a bit strange to call a miniaturized parallel pocket universal projection that.
Well, Strange is actually my middle name, and her name is Bubbles. Bubbles and Strange. We could start a band. You could be on whiny backing vocals. We could call the first song Teardrops on My Converse.
Fuck you.
Do you get it now? Do you get why I'm uncomfortable?
Because you have to take my insults, insult me, and maintain the projection?
That, and the fact that she is my personal bubble, and you are inside her.
Well, that's inappropriate.
Then get out.
As much as you hate to admit it, you know I'm more useful by your side than out there. For many reasons.
Yes, dear. I believe you are. Because they are awake. They are awake, and for their own forsaken sake, they bathe in the black, watery sun, just as they burn on the white, fiery moon. You may run. He will walk. And your rest will be for naught. The markings burn as their presence learns, but then returns, as she returns. There's no concerns, they just relearn, as the souls all cry to him, souls all die for her on the path, through the dark. He is the spark, the dark spark. She is the spark, the dark spark. When the new truth forever reigned, she was blamed for killing the flame. Now the old lie forever strains, and she remains to kill the same. They remain. Always they remain. In this place. In their sunken place. It is not up to me, listeners. No, not this time. The sanity clause has no power here. Here, the souls confess. expect no less. For in this sunken place, lest we are their guests.
Bubble, bubble, toil and trouble.
That's not even slightly funny. I would start thinking about getting ready if I was me, and I am me, so I am thinking that. And therefore I suggest that you start too.
Get ready for what?
In my case, I'm turning the charm up to 11. You better start kneeling. The keepers aren't exactly fond of angels.
I'm beginning to think that there isn't anybody left out there who is.
It's that sort of thinking that got you into this mess. Now kneel and get your game face on. You're gonna need it. Won't be long now.
Won't be long till what?
He's a-coming. And she's a-coming.
Who's coming?
They are. The curators of the sunken place. The keepers of the underwell.
Since when have there been keepers of the underwell?
Since me. Do you see it? The light. The soothing light in the distance.
It's beautiful.
That's what they all say about the light at the end of the endless tunnel. Right up until you get closer to it, or it gets closer to you. Then you realize it's a freight train, and you're about to get hit. Hard.
What are you on about?
I'm talking about you, Angel Face. You are about to be hit in the face with an all-powerful fist. 2 all-powerful fists, actually. Maybe even 4. Depending on how you're counting. So I would clench up if I were you. It's about to get furious up in here. I'll do my best to calm them down. No promises, though. Here we go. Deep breath, darling. It's good to see you. Both of you. Well, you know. I'm aware that brooding and needing for 2 isn't easy. But you handle it well.
Who is she?
He. They are curare. And they are beautiful.
Curare.
Curare.
They're not saying much.
Wait for it, they just need to feel out the room.
Meaning?
They're attempting to determine how to communicate through their dual purpose. Their rather unique method of communication. I was having a clever day.
Okay, now you've lost me.
Most dual beings such as this find it difficult to see outsiders like us within their own self. Meaning that their 2 soul purposes, if you like, are locked in to 2 truths of the universe, and 2 truths only, 1 truth each. That's the theory, anyway.
And what are those 2 truths, exactly?
Desire and despair. Perfect for keeping watch on the sunken place. Guarding the lost souls of the underwell. I was hoping for delirium instead of despair, but I was all out of that. You can stand up now, by the way. I was lying about the punching.
Jesus. You're saying you did this?
I told you I was having a clever day.
They've been spliced? Did he do this to you, Curare?
You don't have to answer that. Well, it turns out I wasn't lying. How about that?
You know what, Red? You are such a pig. And an ass. You're a pig's ass. Ow. Okay. Curare, I'm so...
Curare, please don't choke my furious angel. He was only trying to apologize for metaphysical blasphemy. Do you know why we are here?
I know why. Do you?
I hope so, otherwise we're all in a lot of trouble.
Their voice is...
Jesus.
Not now, dear. Curare, we are here to get back some things that were left behind. Dropped unintentionally. Was nobody's fault. You know the score. Good things usually happen, bad things sometimes happen. And the ratio just seems to tip towards the dark whenever our feathery friend here is in the pictureless picture. So, if you would be so kind...
No. I will not help you. I will not help anyone. And you cannot make me. And you... me. Zozero. Furious One. The man with the unbreakable broken wings. Frenzied jester of the fallen.
On the good days.
Your good days show promise. They show love, desire, purposes of differing kinds. But the bad days, despair. And despair is my purpose.
It's not your only purpose, though. Am I right? Not the only truth inside you.
Not when I look at him, the creator, the destroyer.
I think they're talking about you, Red.
I am aware that you think that. Thank you. What can you see, ZZ? Describe what your eyes tell you when they are laid upon Curare.
I see a beautiful woman. A beautiful woman in pain. Her skin is blue with a fiery haze of purple. Her eyes green, like yours, glowing. Tears. Long wavy black hair, eternally soaked in the blood of the tainted souls she was made to protect. She remains. Her sole purpose, her truth, and my fear, linked.
Very good, Angel Face.
Perceptive.
Now look at me. Curare, look at me. Now, ZZ, ask me what I see.
Tell me.
I see a man I once knew well, his glowing green eyes aged, his faceless face lined, his smile wide, his hair wise, grey and short, ivory skin, spindly limbs, wonderful chin, and the reason why I soaked myself in sin.
What the hell did you do?
Trust me, that is a story for another time, another place, another outfit. The important thing is, you're looking at me now, Curare, aren't you? You can't not look now that you're looking. And what I see is desire, my dear, not despair. I don't see what ZZ sees. I see an opportunity.
Okay, forgetting what you would actually have to do to mess up someone's existence as much as you've messed up Curare's, forgetting that, just for the moment, what is happening? How are we seeing two different people?
You ever hear the expression, what you see is what you get? The way your life's been going lately, it's no wonder that you can only see her.
And you don't see her? Not ever?
Sometimes, if I try very hard. What was it you said earlier? Soul purpose, truth and fear, linked. What are you scared of, Zerzero? Pain, heartbreak, loss, death. It's all good. You see what you fear the most.
And you don't?
Of course I do. I fear what I desire. It's like what our demonic friend said about cats. Half in, half out anyway. Does that make sense?
Not really.
Good. Too much sense is bad for the soul. I have often always never not thought that the fear of the unknown and the desire to understand were sometimes two sides of the same coin, or rather the same sides of a different coin, knowing not what is on the other sideless side of either. That's where the fear comes from.
So you fear the unknown. So do a lot of people.
Think it through, Z. What would someone who fears the unknown as a pastime desire and therefore fear the most?
You mean... oh, God.
Exactly. Someone who doesn't because they have no reason to. Because they already have all the answers. And they can take it. Sexy, right? They have already worked together. They have already discovered the secret. Haven't you, Curare?
Well, I don't like to boast.
That's a lie.
Of course it's a lie. I can lie. It's a desire of mine. Please do set fire to my legs if you think I'm lying.
I'm all out of fire, my darling. And we are running out of time. How do we get your other half to return the souls to Zerzero? You can't return them to me. I'm no angel. Not anymore.
You can say that again.
Hush now. The souls have to be given freely to Zerzero by you, by way of my words. Physical contact must be made. But the other you is never going to go for it. But there has to be a way around that. What am I missing?
Well, you're definitely missing something. There's a lesson in here, somewhere.
Normally I love the whole guessing game thing, but we're really on the clock here. Give me a hint.
Oh, I couldn't. I couldn't possibly.
You're lying.
Possibly.
Do hurry up, dear. Eternity isn't on our side today.
Think China.
Oh, that is good.
What is?
One half of two souls bound together, their purposes merged at separation, their other pieces lost, adrift, rotting along with the two hosts I took them from. That I had to take them from, to make sure they would survive.
Forget trying to make yourself feel better. What does it mean?
It means that when merged, the soul's absolute truths are not so absolute anymore, that they can be altered, if only temporarily. The ancient soul dualism tradition. Every living human has a spiritual, ethereal yang soul that departs their body after death, and a po-corporeal yin soul that remains.
And what, you ripped out two barely compatible yang souls and stuck them together? Then dumped them down here to guard more complete, if tainted, versions of themselves? Doesn't sound so clever now.
Maybe not. Let's amend that and call it one of my busy days. But alas, we're not here for me. We're here for you, Zerzero. You and only you. You have to remember why it is that you do what you do. You have to remember again. You want to despair? That's fine. But desire can lead to despair, just as despair can lead to the desire to break the cycle. Do your thing, angel face. Remember, she will project your despair right back at you. You're going to have to power through it.
Curare, look at me. And this time, resist the urge to punch me in the jaw.
If you can, don't strain yourself.
Not helping.
Why am I here? Everybody never tells me. It's just noise. All of it. You attempt to rise up and you're pulled back down into the inky blackness. It's always never been easy, but lately it's never not been difficult. The pain, it radiates.
Because the darkness is rising. I'm sure you, of all beings, are no stranger to overcrowding, but the souls I dropped in this place, the souls I had to leave behind, there is an underlying cause. Angels in the higher place are disappearing. The fallen are being exhausted trying to keep the demons underneath, to the point where people are dying way before their time and not crossing over. Not properly.
Why should I care? The darkness is always rising, always never not rising. You just need to live long enough to watch all the light go out. Thanks to the man that grins red, it is now my charge to guide the lost souls through the sunken place. My sunken place. A full-time preoccupation, you can imagine. Except in here, in Redgrin's safe zone. Another timeless time. Another placeless place. There is no more noise. No more. Not on this floor. Hi, Bubbles.
She says, hello, darling.
The noise would greatly lessen out there along with your charge if you returned those souls to me now.
You angelic jellyface.
Well, that's a new one.
You furious ones. All of you, you have evolved to attach some semblance of determinate emotional significance to what is always never more than the survival tactic of the never not there. The souls must remain here.
Curare, screw it, all of the souls that were under my care that you have down here still have living hosts. People on the brink of death that still have a long life to live. People who I have tried and failed to save. Not every lost soul has to remain lost forever. It can be found again. It all depends on how much time the hosts have left. Down here, time doesn't matter. It isn't moving one way or the other. Not to you, not to him, but those people up there. People who are suffering because the darkness is rising, a darkness that is ripping souls from their hosts long before their time. They don't have the paradoxical luxury of timeless time.
The ones on Earth do nothing but suffer from time.
Are you serious? The only way to create change is to create time, because things change through time. How long have you been doing this? Do you know? Have you thought about it? Have you given it any consideration at all? Look, where I reside on Earth, time moves forwards. Things change. And I can tell you, I've been around a long-ass time. Hundreds and hundreds of human years. I have known this man, the one who created you, for most of that time. And I am going to tell you right now, Curare, you are his most recent creation that I'm aware of. No, don't look at him. Look at me. I've known Redgrin since the beginning. For as long as I can remember, he has created so many good things and destroyed so many more bad things. And a lot of questionable things either side of that. And I would say that you fall within the grey area category, given that you are necessary. But he bodged the soul bond. No, actually, he bodged the bodge of his bodge. So you're suffering. But let me tell you, you weren't the first. Look at where we are. Held inside bubbles, a parallel pocket projection of Redgrin's safe zone. No time in here. Out there? The sunken place, your domain? No time out there either. But above your domain? Out there in that giant expansive universe that you can't always see? Time does exist for almost everyone in it. And that is one other dimension in an infinite array of possibilities and equally possible impossibilities. It's always the same. Time moves for us. We use it to live. We use it to die. We use it to change. We use time so you can use us to change, to kickstart that desire that I know you want and you know that I need. Come on, Q. Break the cycle. Let us help you.
I have never met an angel like you before.
That's probably because no other angel you've met is best friends with your creator.
I would say that's a bit of an exaggeration.
Shut it. You are one to talk about exaggeration. Curare, this is a man who you have to love, but want to hate. Just like me. Most of the time, anyway.
It's funny.
Funny? That's good. Funny's good.
In a place with timeless time, it seems like nothing matters. And maybe it doesn't, maybe. I don't know.
Exactly. You don't know. It's like science and religion. Science has nothing to say about the nature of a creator because they don't know. And those words are the basic foundation of the scientific method, the very beginning of wisdom.
But I know my creator's nature.
To understand, to create, to destroy, and therefore to change.
Yes, change. He has the capacity to change.
Change what?
My mind. I shall return your soulless souls.
Thank you.
I hope they can be returned to their hosts in time.
Hope? Well, that's a good emotion.
If I desire it, I can manifest it outwards. I did not know I could do that. You've made me more self-aware. It's more than slightly confusing.
Full-time occupation, as you can imagine. Right then, can we get on with this? Bubbles is getting tired.
How are we going to do this, exactly?
Well, we'll hold hands, stand in a circle, bridge our minds, chant, and hope for the best. That's what I did, back in the day. It usually worked.
Well, that's encouraging.
Don't despair, Zerzero. Not now. You've expended all that effort.
That wasn't despair, that was sarcasm.
Is there a difference?
I hope so.
What do you think, listeners? Maybe that could be the topic for next time. If I ever get out of here, do let me know, And in the meantime, don't forget to subscribe and tweet me over at ArcJester for many possibly impossibly possible impossibilities. Now, if you'll excuse us, we've got some souls to send home, and some dark light complacency that needs investigating. As always, my podcast pumpkins, your presence was initiated. Your presence is always appreciated. It hopes to be delineated and never forever eliminated. Now then, my celestial lovelies, let us pray. As always, do feel free to eternally externalize. I can't do this on my own. And whatever you do, angel face, hold tight. Oh, you who are the opener of ways, hear my voice. Oh, you whose ears pierce the walls of noise, hear my voice. Oh, you who walk unheeding through the winds of fear, hear my voice. You are the dark pupil of the sun, the knowledgeable eclipse in the iris of fire. You are the seeing darkness. Guide the soulless souls safely through the terrors of our own unseeing. Preserve them from their unspoken sorrows. Return them safely through the gate of becoming, and open for them the door that admits humankind to the eternally external garden. Oh, you and only you, who are the opener of ways, please do walk with me. We all dance and sing in love, just as we scratch and bleed in time. For the storm above feeds the ones below underneath cement and line. Does that make sense? No? How about this? Just as life is nothing without death, reality is nothing without dream. You have to dream things up before you knock the real things down. Live up. Die down. Trust me, it works. Forget representation for just a secondless second. For me. Just for me. Try existence. It is said that every known and unknown god was first born to dream. Just to dream. They walk among the waking worlds, creating, destroying, sometimes disputing nature itself, perhaps disputing the very nature of nature. Sayings such as, life is what we make of death as the endless end draws nigh, for the axis forever turns as the presence forever learns, but first returns to dream to die. Welcome. Welcome when, welcome now, and welcome then. I know you can hear me.
I hope you can hear me. Hope. Such an ugly, terrible, thingless thing, and yet such a gorgeous, lovable, rightless right. Do we all possess the villainy of foresight? Or is that just me? I've always wondered. In fact, I've often wondered as I wander through the hue of these halls, my halls. So many wonders here, so many irregularities there. I still cannot decide whether or not being the host of a house that continues to grow and expand in multiple ways of its own accord is an interesting or terrifying prospect, or both. The rooms shift from the known into the unknown, to the unexplored places that I dare not venture to without sufficient knowledge of what I am to face. I call this place House. That was the name she gave herself, when in fact a more apt name would be Labyrinth. A labyrinth of dreams. One of my own original design and construction that later started developing ideas of its own. Dreams of her own. Where she wanted to extend, to exist and lead to in terms of both physical and metaphysical location was no longer up to me. And it no longer mattered to House how much time passed internally or externally. It only mattered that she was alive. Given what she was constructed from, however, it was not surprising to me that certain corners of her existence started darkening, hardening, and/or rotting. The kind of rot that comes with learning that your existence is not quite your own. I would often and still do cross paths with these manifestations, these schisms, untempered and outraged at the existence of the self. Blood would be spilled, songs would be sung, not necessarily in that order, of course, but there was usually also dancing, stinging, lancing, and of course, astral prancing. Something I most enjoy teaching demons after death, both mine and theirs. A prancing demon is a happy demon, and much more entertaining at breakfast time than a growling, dripping horror. They put on quite a show. Anyway, to different parts of her physical psyche she began to send me. Some places taking days, weeks, or years to find. The days are longer here, the nights almost endless. It all depends on which room you're in. I would find myself walking amongst ancient-looking pillars of bright light and hope, before literally falling into newly manifested torture chambers filled with nothing but laughing darkness, metal, and blood. The pillars of light above suddenly reflected off rusty crowbars, crumbled bones, the ashes of ancient unwelcome intruders, newly manifested ancient places, the very concept perplexing and paradoxical in itself. At the beginning, so long ago, and yet so far from now, I convinced myself it was merely my curiosity that sent me and led me to these internally external locations. But alas, no. I was her host. That was what I had become. That was what she had made me. I was and am a vessel by which she could express her self-hatred.
She tortures me on the irregular for bringing her into her own world of my own making and being terrified of such a revelation. I could and can sympathize and empathize from time to time and time again. I do not blame her for her sentience. I wouldn't blame anyone or anything for being aware of its own existence. To want to grow, to regress, to simply change, get better, and possibly die. However, the way she expresses and deals with her frustration does leave something to be desired on my part. Like the sweet relief of pain via something like the simple bliss of ignorance. I could have gone to my graveless grave without knowing that she grew a winding staircase that extends as far down as the sunken place. Being able to simply walk onto another entirely different plane of existence was a new experience for me, usually favoring reality-bending spells, Egyptian prayers, or basic teleportation. And I found myself pondering the implications of this new and forever uncertain method of travel for further days as I continued exploring, opting for a shovel under the door handle until I was able to think up a more permanent solution. Or maybe I already have. I was also considering the viewpoint that the dream world we, as all sentient beings, enter into in one way or another for an allotted period of time is somehow more real than our supposed primary physical plane. Dreams are where we want to live, but sometimes reality and physicality are all we have to give. Especially when your house is organically attached to a lump of rock suspended oh so kindly in perpetual geostationary orbit around an ever-widening black hole, bathed in an atmosphere constructed from what my kind have come to call planet-side temporal streams. Trust me, listeners, the desire to sleep greatly lessens. But that's a story for another time. Or maybe never. She is a possibly impossible house, and she leads to impossibly possible places. And as my journey continued, I began to realize that I had been wandering without direction since the very beginning. Take that as you will. Either way, it seemed to matter little. I had also quite forgotten that I would eventually have to turn around and find my way back to the point at which house was originally constructed. The eye of the silent storm. An unknown sense of direction spurred me on, forcing me to turn corners without any knowledge of potential dangers that I could feel myself begin to wish for, as I had made it this far unscathed. Mostly, all the corridors I had been traversing in a somewhat trance-like state for what seemed like weeks were now beginning to look distinct from one another. Some resembling warm forests of green leading towards distant sunlight, others resembling catacombs belonging to naturally formed ice caves of red crystal, the refractions blinding, the temperature far below tolerable, and any hard fall potentially fatal. I eventually had to slow my pace down to almost nothing, as the reddish-grey crystal underneath my feet became even more treacherous. Despite my extra care, I fell, not making a dent in the crystallized floor as my hips smacked it with what felt like all the weight of my home world. I decided to remain where I had fallen, knowing that carrying on was only likely to bring further injury. I could just about see the end of the crystallized tunnel. It didn't seem to be leading anywhere. A dead end? Had my instincts been wrong? No. I removed my telescope from my ever-deepening pockets and peered through it, trying to banish all the refractions from my peripheral vision, focusing on the end point. and also calculating that the end of the crystallized corridor couldn't be more than 30 yards away from my current position, I found my left eye drawn specifically to the near-distant shapes, shadows, and refractions at the seemingly dead end of the passageway. They were telling a story that I somehow knew, and to my somewhat surprise, when I lowered my telescope and rubbed my eye to compensate for the dry, freezing temperature, the wall on which the shapes resided suddenly appeared much closer than it had. No longer as far as 30 yards, perhaps now 10 or merely 5. I began to crawl delicately to close the gap between myself and the beginning of the story, focusing on the shapes and symbols themselves rather than the fact I no longer needed a telescope to see them. As if sensing that they now had an audience, the shapes almost recoiled from my stare, before breathing deeply and recommencing. The show must go on. Evil shapes began to form within the shade-covered crystal, so dark and so cold-looking that my subconscious mind almost failed to see the familiar smile that lurked behind and beyond the prophecies of shadow. Creatures with demonic wings flapping with grace in the winds of hell. The ladies, the gentlemen, and the variations thereupon, all old and wise, blood-soaked in war. A life lived forever on the run from the innocence that fades with time that merely walks. The temperature around me seemed to rise as the dead end returned to life, projecting visions that raised as many questions as they answered. Demonic breath left on a rented mirror of the future, the dimensional collective collapse, the burning of moments, the red-hot footprints of the meanwhiles, and the echoes of the never were. It was a hell of a shadow puppet show, almost literally. Suddenly there came a voice, seemingly from all around.
You see without seeing. To you, darkness is as clear as daylight. What are you?
It was a voice I recognized, one similar to mine. I replied, I'm not blind, and I'm definitely not a bat.
Are you sure about that, dear? You still can't see, can you? No matter how much you try. For a man that can see beyond the normal scope of existence, who has the privilege of foresight in more ways than many, you still can't see what's right in front of your extensive nose.
My nose is not extensive, thank you very much.
I would know, dear.
Would you, sweetheart?
You would too if you would only look. It's rare you get to exercise such a precious thing as internal self-discovery from an outsider's perspective.
What are you talking about?
Can you see now?
I can see me, another me, beyond the wall of silence that sleeps no more.
Precisely. More of a window than a door. A window on your future.
You've let yourself go a bit then, eh? Clearly forgotten how to use a toothbrush. That waistcoat along with those skinnies are in need of replacing. The boots look like they've been disassembled by an Acatanian bomb squad. And that trench coat. Does she still give you the ability to defy something that's never not been sensible, or is she weighed down by wasteland sand? Must be such a dry, angry, flightless existence.
I think you're deflecting.
I think I'm reflecting on you ahead of time. I think House is trying to tell me something. She has the advantage of growing beyond my sight, sending ugly-sounding echoes of my future back to me. She led me here, to the prophecy of shadows, to see you, and she sent you back to see me. Her timing couldn't be better. Quite literally in this case. That was when I stood, placing my hand on the now almost transparent, jagged crystal wall. The shadows on the surface seemed to be dancing in time to the irregular heartbeat of the one beyond, whose ever-darkening smile shone as if it had been aged in the very evil and fear of its origin. Our hands touched the crystal simultaneously on either side, of course, as if even though he could read my current thoughts, or just merely remember them, he was somehow still governed by his past. His eyes glowed noticeably less than my own, darkened by nostalgia. The lines on his face forever more pronounced, his exposed skin battle-hardened. There were firearms that I would currently only be tempted to use strapped to dented combat armor on his legs. Clear signs of medicinal scarification, hints of metaphysical malnutrition. The way I was going, as future depictions went, this wasn't exactly inaccurate. "You look like hell," I muttered, with more resentment in my voice than I was expecting.
"So will you, soon."
"What's so dangerous about my future?"
"How much time do you have?"
"You tell me."
"I can give you the Cliff Notes."
"Better than nothing."
"Given that I have precognition of this, and a series of other unfortunate events in my head, I respectfully disagree."
"Will you just get on with it?"
"You'll have to be more specific, dear. So much has happened since... you."
"Rhyme with me then."
"Very well. But don't say I didn't warn you."
"Self-discovery
can be astral recovery.
My reaffirmation of direction
will feel like eternally external, yet internal detention.
My natural gift
is an unnatural shift.
Redemption enough.
Nothing but a fallen angel's bluff.
We always plant seeds not to sit in their shade.
Because silence has lease where near distant memories are laid.
Emotions may die,
so that friendly bodies may fry.
Why take an annual swim in sunken desire?
In order that manual sin may be redeemed in the fire.
Well, I said, with a tone of finality and a sense of weariness. Who is the bitterest man in the living room? The bitterest man in the living room. Why, it is he who embarks on a murderous spree with a spoon. I smiled then, turning and sauntering away with a newfound sense of purpose.
Just where do you think you're going, huh?
I've seen and heard enough, I said, the ground now damp under my feet from the melted ice of my uncertainty.
The darkness must still be merely rising for you.
I stopped, still facing away, waiting for his next words. My next words.
The dimensional collective may still be merely burning for you, rather than long banished from existence. You stand before the wasteland of my beginning, and all you can do is make a joke about murderous spoons before turning your back.
It's part of my charm, I said.
It was part of your charm. Now it's just a memory.
Ah, the present according to Grumpy Grin. Definitely something to aspire to. I understand why I was brought here. I'm sure for you, on the other side of that crystal wall, you think your reality is the only possible one. To me, a future of eternal darkness and suffering, blah blah blah. To you, an unrelenting view of the ever-never-changing present, with a little glimpse of hopeless hope to make it hurt eternal. Sadly, in a place like this, we come to find out that our existence is certainly not quite our own. Our lives get messed with, invaded, scattered across possible timelines, and fed out as metaphysical projections, puppet shows, echoes, footprints.
Penny in the air.
My future is not set in stone. All you are is a cautionary tale.
Penny drops.
Indeedy it does. The next time you want to get into my head house, do me the favor of taking the form of someone prettier than a dystopian, malnourished me. I turn then, staring down what I knew was nothing more than a warning. A possible future catalyst that would kickstart the events of the past.
You needed to know. It's time to start drawing up battle plans.
My own house is telling me to go to war. That's a first.
I am not yours. It is you who are mine. But that is beside the point.
Is it really?
You cannot pick and choose who to help.
I think you'll find I can, dear. My dimension, my domain, my rules.
Actually, it's your dimension, various domains, various multidimensional access points, thanks to me, and therefore my rules.
You really have grown up then. Projecting possible futures, growing your own crystallized corridors featuring prophecy puppet shows, no less. That you then use to rhyme with my very thoughts and kick my ass into gear. Oh, I wonder what'll be next.
I can give you near-distant access to locations where dark energy is highly concentrated. Demon command posts, if you like.
Okay, I wasn't expecting that. So you're telling me you've opened up various portals to different kinds of hell in my back garden? Well, isn't that just shoot you in the face and spit on your corpse fantastic?
It was necessary.
It definitely wasn't.
Returning those souls to their hosts was a positive start. It's a strong message of retaliation to the ones underneath. But those souls won't remain returned if you don't fix the source of the problem.
You mean I have to go to Earth? Are you kidding me? We have Curare on side now. No thanks to you.
You created Curare as a second line of defense. You overwhelm them too early, the sunken place implodes. Dimensional collapse.
I'm well aware.
And yet you leave Zerzero to handle a soul catch overload alone?
I've been busy, and I'm not a soul catcher anymore. Anyway, I healed his wings. I got his souls back to their rightful owners, and I gave the sunken place a kick-ass guardian.
It's no longer enough. We now have complacent overseers, higher angels missing in action, concentrated dark energy in multiple dimensions growing with strength and time, and demons on steroids.
Well, when you put it like that, how can I resist?
Where are you going now?
If you would be so kind as to provide me with the quickest route back to the Eye of the Silent Storm, my darling, I have a locator spell to perform.
Who are you looking for?
My first furious feathery line of defense, of course. He'll no doubt be able to point me in the direction of a soon-to-be sacrifice in need. Demons need human anchors, linchpins to keep the dark energy intact, letting the evil poison ooze out onto their plane, infecting every human in sight. Could be a possession, could be a demon stronghold or a branch office of hell. I just have to make sure I don't antagonize the wrong demigod.
So you need a chaperone?
I don't need anyone. But Zerzero has contacts, respect, street cred. I'm just a freak, apparently. And you need to look after, well, yourself while I'm gone.
I can handle that. I'll keep a doorway open should you need to make a quick getaway.
How kind of you. But don't wait up, dear. I intend to enjoy myself tonight. Oh, whether hell-bent or heaven-sent, these judgments they do not relent. There is the placebo of the ego, and the ego of placebo. For when we all step in time, yes, we can make our loved ones rhyme. The masses, the crassest, the last rest, the ashes. O eye of the storm, now here I come. Shall this journey walk or shall it run? Angels, demons, humans bound. Can you smell that burning sound? May the darkness drown by skies of grey, for Redgrin's coming out to play.
Feed connecting. Feed connected. Initializing. Psychic link successful. Welcome, listeners.
Welcome. Welcome when? Welcome now and welcome then. Now, we all know that most times in life we find ourselves in more than one place. In the physical world where we can touch what is real, and inside the mind where we, to some extent, create what to us is real. Let us start with a chair. Yes, you heard me, a chair. There is the world in which the chair exists, where we are able to physically sit down on the chair, where we can stand on it, make love on it, get murdered on it, get murdered by it, etc. And then there is the other world, the world in which the idea of the chair is created. The world in which the idea of comfort was revolutionized before the object even materialized. before it became physical. I ask you, my dreadful things, which world is more important? The realm of ideas, or the realm in which they are actualized? It's alright. You don't have to answer. My point is, we are forever living within two realms of existence, at least. My kind are certainly not the first semi-celestial beings to use this abstract fact to their advantage. I don't perceive time the same way you do. What you perceive as present, I perceive as past. What I perceive as present, you perceive as future. My kind are beings that live inherently and intentionally time-displaced lives. It's a vaguely accurate or accurately vague way to live. But it does give me the option to analyze my nonlinear existence from multiple perspectives and communicate them to you in a similar fashion, as if events that have happened are happening now. Shall we try it again? For the first time. Again. Why, hello, world. Won't you invite me in? Or am I expected? I am? No. Really? Did House call ahead? I thought so. She has a threshold of her own, no? Ow. I gather it materialized, well, just now, wherever and whenever now is. Don't be upset. It won't spoil the lining of your global power suit. One so obvious and extensive, it does so warm my heart. And the hearts of everyone else, apparently. It certainly makes you sweat. But I digress. Let's see where we are. I would know Scottish rain anywhere. Really, House? You put one of your thresholds in a church? The rooftop of a church, no less. I already feel like I'm beginning to parboil out here. Out here, on Earth, in the bloody rain. In what looks like 21st century Edinburgh. I was expecting ancient Egypt, but we don't always get what we study for. Or what we hope for. For example, I hoped for more welcoming weather. And I also never hoped to always hear that. Can you hear that too, listeners? I do hope the psychic link is holding, and of course, that the locator spell was accurate. At least you didn't miss the 13-odd hours of incantations, the damned sliver, the wax, the trombone solo, and of course the blood-filled fire. What's that now? You did? Oh, House and I really need to put our heads together and work out this psychic link bodge job. It's always displacing events. I told her, I said, a constant incantation subroutine implanted in my subconscious architecture so as to achieve proper, constant, boundless connection no matter when or where I am. But no, House goes for the lazy option. Yeah, sure, darling, drill a hole in my extensive, delicate head. And of course, you can stick cursed computer chips into my brain. Why not? I am aware that I seem to be directing your attention away from that rather vicious growling. But as it turns out, the source is directly ahead of me. A few meters. On the edge. Facing away. The outer shell is human, female, 5'7", shoulder-length dark hair, soaked and matted to the scalp and skin of the neck by the rain. I'm getting closer. I really don't want to get closer, but I'm getting closer. The growling seems to have morphed into vague whispers of 1,000 different voices. I see the body jolting, but beyond the veil, a term I use to define what is there beyond the normal scope of vision, what lies underneath, metaphysically speaking. I can see and smell death, anger, black putrid smoke blooming and pluming and billowing and surging through her system in place of warm, comforting blood. Infected from the inside out. The next thing I saw silenced my external thought, forcing the tongue that speaks on the inside to take the reins. There was a definite, tense shift in the air, if you know what I mean. Beyond the veil, partially formed bat-like wings, visibly or invisibly struggling to grow, 6 of them, on the verge of ripping through the skin of the vessel's back. In that moment, even though I thought I understood what I may be dealing with, what I may have been looking at, in truth, I didn't have the first idea. Well, I had a few ideas. Above, the sky rumbled in rage, almost staring down with lightning-filled eyes at the abomination in front of me. Something that did not belong on this plane of existence. Something that was clearly using a human vessel, a host to bond to and survive, struggling to be free of its seemingly innocent confines. The problem with magic is if you use the wrong kind of spell on the wrong kind of demon, you'll be very lucky if you improve anything at all. However, there were and are spells of my own construction that seemed to work across the board. They focused on attempting to contain the dark energy within the vessel in a kind of stasis, biochemical, maybe, for a temporary amount of time, preventing it from performing its usual duties. Similar to how blood freezes when a human is subjected to cryogenics. I didn't want to kill this thing. Well, okay, I did, but it no doubt had information I needed. The difficult part was resisting the temptation to overpower the dark heart of the energy. It was simple enough to starve it of matter, build up some pressure, make it go kablooey, no waiting. But what good was a dead demon and the remnants of a rotting vessel? I usually summon my magics by clapping once to alert the necessary nerves within my hands and body. However, before I had the chance to put my hands together, the creature's head turned 180 degrees to face me, only inches away, almost as if it had been waiting for me to attack, meeting my eyes with its cold, eyeless stare. Those weren't eyes. Those were wet voids of drowning fire, causing black tears and saliva to form and spill out. I just had time to vocalize the words, "Your neck shouldn't be able to twist around that far," before the creature decided to roar in my face, to obviously distract. And it worked, for I wasn't expecting the double elbow strike to the chest that followed, sending me flying back towards the church's clock tower and striking my back on the concrete, making a dent in the holy building. I laughed. Of course, I always laugh at my pain, for what else is there to do? As I was already giggling, and to a lesser extent coughing with my outer tongue, I thought it best to carry on using it. Well, that was more or less expected, wasn't it? And rude. Okay. I'm just going to assume that you're here to feed on the souls of the innocent, bringing darkness upon all you survey. Seems like a pretty safe bet, given the power of your elbows, not to mention the literal fire in your eyes. But I cannot help but notice your hesitation. What are you waiting for? There's loads and loads of tasty humans down there to feast on. Still forming, are we? Still probing the vessel's compatibility with the very essence of your evil, making sure that you don't break it while you're still trying to get born. Hurts, doesn't it? Reincarnation can be a terrible thing, especially if you know it's happening. Let's press pause right there. This will happen on occasion, listeners, where I take some timeless time out of our daily lives to perhaps sit down, stand up, levitate, and have a little chat. To see what we can see, hear what we can hear, learn what we can learn. Time is not the boss of us. I believe that was rule number 408 in another traveler's rule book. But back to the point. What could I see? Well, I could see that the wings were definitely about to sprout out of this unfortunate vessel's back. That was definitely about to happen. Then, no doubt, lots of screaming from the civilians below, then blood, guts, crashing cars, and general continuous carnage as this thing, I would later give it a name, laid waste to everything in sight. I could not let this creature take flight. I had to bind it to the confines of the roof. Good thing we were standing on the roof of a church. Stupid bloody demon. Stupid but strong and evolving. The fire in its eyes growing more intense, the vessel grew accustomed to the energy. That demon would soon be fully integrated. The vessel was beyond restoration. Even if I had began the necessary incantations when I first arrived over the threshold as opposed to gabbling with you lot since the show started, it wouldn't have made a difference. Or at least that's what I told myself. There, in that frozen moment. But enough talking. Time for some chanting. Let's press play, shall we? Ekar dekra sit ortlese. It lo sit niv egnalabet for tajil. Et yerget yam. I don't mean to take the Lord's name in vain on a church roof or anything, but Jesus Christ, this thing's tough. I've never come across such a stubborn, rabid sin bat. That's what I'm calling them, by the way. I'm sure I had a reason. And pause. Let me know if this gets annoying. As I struggled to keep the Sinbad bound to the roof, I began to realize that people were going to notice what was happening up here. Partially because, when active, my powers sound and look remarkably similar to energy blasts. Can't remember whether that was intentional or not, but my point is this spell wasn't exactly subtle. Over the noise of the mystical struggle, I could hear screeching tires and collective murmurings of terror and curiosity. On the downside, I was drawing attention to this demon, who was no doubt fueled by surrounding fear, these types always are. But on the upside, it wouldn't just draw the attention of the humans below, with their smartphones and their gravity, but it would also draw the attention of the furious feathery ones, the neighborhood watchers of the netherworld. I was, of course, hoping for one particular watcher, and I knew that my hopes would not be in vain. There is a reason why you always do a locator spell before you choose your threshold. And play. Speaking of reasons, would you care to fulfill your purpose, Seaman? I know you're up there. Ugh.
Of course I'm up here.
Well then, what the hell are you waiting for? Ugh. This isn't exactly comfortable. Ugh.
I know.
Then would you mind, awfully, my darling, helping me bind this thing?
It's just a rare and wonderful thing to see you out of your depth. Haven't seen you this worked up since the Middle Ages.
Really? Now you want to talk about the Middle Ages?
I'm just saying, it's a fair comparison.
Zerzero, I swear, if you don't get down here right now, I am canceling dinner with Los Angeles.
Fine.
Diamamalaika de Diaralda. Diamamalaika de Diaralda. Diamamalaika de Diaralda. Diamamalaika de Diaralda. Come on. Come on. Oh, good. So it's not just me. No, it isn't. There. That should do it. Mystical stasis initiated. Is that what I think it is? What do you think it is? Well, it looks like a krillitane, but then it wouldn't respond to magic because their transformations are biological and not mystical. Plus, they're from a different universe. No, see, that is a seraphim. Please tell me you're joking. In this case, I wish I was. But we've fought Sirens before. They're serpent demons. They do not look like that. Not normally, but there are a few references to seraphs in bat-like forms. 6 wings, virtually unbreakable skin, fireproof, mostly, and constantly hungry. I've never seen one in the flesh. First time for everything. Most recent references to the Seraphim talk of select family members converting to human form, so as to hide amongst the populace. Smart idea if you got nowhere else to go. A lot of them would have been banished here after the new declaration. So, you're saying that this vessel was always housing a seraph? Maybe a dormant one. There has to be a catalyst, though, to set off the transformation. Something this strong couldn't just be born from surrounding dark energy alone, concentrated or not. I just don't buy it. There's something I'm not seeing. What about that? What about what? Left arm. Bite mark. Oh. Ew. Snaky. So, the vessel was bitten prior to transformation? Unless a snake appeared and munched on the arm afterwards, but I didn't see one, did you? Point taken. So, what do we do now? Something. Something. That's all you got. Why am I always the one who has to have something? Well then, otherwise, what exactly is the point of you? Oh, ouch. Someone's grumpy this evening. Can you blame me? That stasis field isn't going to last. I can feel it. Then we need backup. Call one of your lonely siblings, or several of them. They should be able to keep our Seraphim company while we go looking for the snake. If they can be bothered, get a couple of them to maintain the stasis and give the leftover chicken something pointy. If she gets free, and by she I mean that thing over there, they're definitely going to need something pointy. Like a skewer. They're really not gonna like that. Tough titties. Start summoning. It is at this point, listeners, where I am allowing myself the sweet relief of skipping ahead in time. My time, anyway, not yours. My reasons are twofold. Firstly, Enochian, the language of the bloody angels, is tremendously difficult to translate in real time. And trust me, if you are lucky enough to hear an angel, fallen or not, speak in their mother tongue, it's always advisable to have a translator nearby so you don't feel left out. Secondly, for me, since the new declaration, Enochian sounds like nails on a chalkboard. And I wouldn't want to put you through that, my dreadful things. It brings back bad memories of a time long since past. My past is complicated. Very complicated. But I suppose the past is not currently important. Nor is it current at all. It wasn't long before the Seraph was held securely in stasis on consecrated ground. Well, consecrated roof by more than 2 furious ones. All of them chanting in time, poised to attack, defend and contain. Though they seemed begrudging to say the least. It must be a family trait. And I should know. What was clear was that Seraphs of this level of strength were known to leave mystical energy signatures. So I decided the best plan was to retrace the vessel's steps. Steps that seemed to converge in bursts, some at street level, some higher up, but they all seem to be converging southeast of the church. Ish. Although it wasn't exactly the easiest of tasks due to the general atmosphere of giggling trepidation. It was a matter of tuning in to the appropriate psychic network and integrating with the correct matrices. Similar to the method I have used to allow you beautiful people to hear my thoughts and speech at different points in time. You can use mystical ley lines as map references, follow the trackways, mostly made up of electromagnetic energy, and voila, you have yourselves the point of origin, the psychic railroad of sorts. It's a strange road to walk, but you do learn some unexpected things. The first was the state of the surrounding city. Edinburgh, for thee and me, a once nostalgic place of peace, a beautiful, innocent peace. The peace had shamefully scuttled away into the ether by now, along with the innocence. There is only beautiful indifference now. It's just a different kind of gorgeous. Rioting in town centers and residential areas alike. A new kind of black market for weaponry, widely known and widely used and yet anonymous and untraceable. Nobody can quite remember how that happened. Not even me. Shootings, stabbings, bombings, crimes of passion and profit, lawmen on horseback, shields and weapons clutched tightly to their chests, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Next would come the league tables, the demographic analyses, the use of criminalization as a basic social tool for the management of unruly populations that have had enough of the status quo. Well, the powers that be might say, if they don't like the status quo, let's just create a new one. I'm sure they won't notice. And if they do, let them notice, let them destroy themselves. We'll be all that's left in the end. Doesn't that make things easier? Grandma Grin always used to say that a whole revolution can start with a single flame. A flame that dances around your heart and mind and says nothing more or less than fight hard, run fast, and be kind. In what sense are we sometimes able to leave behind what we are soon to become? This is not who we are. Yet. Between the rise and fall of tyrants we sit idle, waiting, wondering and wandering through the relentless activity of the mind that never rests. We all know that in here it is impossible to be alone. We can listen to ourselves, listen to the collective voices that have helped form the hearts that we were born to follow. These hearts can beat, obviously. They can be beaten and broken, posthumously. We strive to rebuild them, honestly, just before someone then murders them, ominously. Anger always rises as the heart prepares to fall. The blood boils while the serenity foils till there's nothing there at all. We want peace. That's all we want, is peace. But are we prepared for it? Do we know what we actually want? Do we have plans to protect our inglorious revolution from the next one? I hope so. Because we won't know what to do with the people like us. The impossibly and excitingly pretty troublemakers. The ones who know. The ones who see. They are the ones who remember the final day because they create the final day. Look at us, they might say, and they do say, usually while our blood-soaked purpose burns bright in their eyes. In our eyes. Who will forgive us? We have been fighting this war for so long, we can no longer live in peace. peace. Here is the truth, you screaming, smiling enders. I forgive you for all the things you've done, for all the things you may have done, and for the only thing you have left. I forgive you. Grandma had a habit of going off on tangents. Seems like the apple, the peaches, and of course, the pumpkin pie didn't fall far from the heavily mutated mystical tree. Did it? Anyway, another thing I also didn't realize was that Zerzero has followers from the 21st century. It made sense to me thousands of years ago. We were beacons of light back then, at least to the ones who resided here, but not so much these days. Was it possible that he had once again grown tired of being alone? You can't blame the grumpy chicken. He and I share and walk a uniquely shadowed path. We walk through the darkness so that others may have the freedom to run in the light. And although we have absolutely no obligation to stay alive, we are never really allowed to die. Regardless, a select few of Zerzero's followers had a talent for obtaining certain kinds of information, almost always in an electronic format, and the kind of information that important people deem unfit for public access. Police reports, medical histories, coroner case files, all accessible to Zerzero via a bloody smartphone. An angel with a smartphone. It did sound ridiculous to me at first, but after further thought I decided that it made sense in its own way. Angels did have a tendency to look down more than up, especially furious angels. For them, looking up just reminds them of how far they had fallen, whether the fall was intentional or not. It turns out that the vessel's name was Jamie Mortimer, 21, psychology student dropout. She was reported as a missing person by her godfather and Uncle Francis, who she shares an address with, just over 48 hours ago. An extensive history of domestic abuse reports going back more than a couple of years. Most of them leveled at the uncle, who has a long history of arrests, to go with her long history of hospitalizations. Sounds like a revenge spell gone wrong to me. Strangely enough, Jamie Mortimer's deceased mother, Susan, was a witch. How do you know? Her cause of death. Give me that thing. Drowned in a giant sulfuric acid-filled cauldron? Well, that clinches it then. Apparently Uncle Francis was questioned about his whereabouts on the night of his sister's death, which, given the strange circumstances, was being treated first as suspicious. Although it was later ruled as an accident and Francis wasn't charged, thanks to a friend confirming his alibi. He was, however, later put in charge of Jamie, and that was 5 years ago. So it's possible that Francis murdered his own sister and wished the same fate upon her teenage daughter. Perhaps because his sister's abilities didn't gel with his belief system, or was it simple envy? Maybe it's only the female descendants of that magical bloodline that manifest powers. Is resentment cause enough for murder? What am I saying? Of course it is. A lot of Jamie's social media posts and event interests point to her being a fan of the occult. It's not surprising. The calling is there, even if you can't quite understand the language. She would have needed a teacher. Maybe she tried to find one in Uncle Francis when her powers began to manifest, who I suppose snapped at any mention of the mystical or Jamie's mother. Lonely way to live. Indeed, Angel Face. When you're rejected by your blood, it's only natural that you would start to seek outside sources of validation. A lot of these occult events are money-grabbing cons, but there is this one address that keeps coming up over the last year or so. And it's also the last one that she attended before going missing. Never mind the address, we're nearly there. Nearly where? The source of the convergences, genius. Right here in the gate that moans. The what? The gate that moans. I think the signal was a bit sketchy.
Sounded as if the Never Not There was on the phone to me while driving through several tunnels. Which I guess is technically true, but the point still stands.
We're in Cowgate. The same address as Jamie's last occult event. Looks like a bar. It doesn't seem to be open yet.
Well, do excuse my directions for being a tad more metaphorical.
Are you sure the Never Not There wasn't whispering, "the gate that moves"?
Possibly.
Well, if you had just told me that, we could have taken a more direct route. We could definitely have avoided those Main Street riots.
I was compensating for the surrounding electromagnetic interference. I needed space to work with. Leave me alone. There's dark energy everywhere. No wonder there are people fighting on the streets. And let's be honest, you just found that event address. If you'd just gone through her social profile back at the church, we could have just teleported here directly.
You were the one who wanted to charge off looking for the snake, and thinks that a magical solution is always the first solution for everything. And excuse me if mountains of police reports distract me from online profiles.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Have either of you got a light?
And pause. Right there. As you can hear, listeners, it is at this point where Zerzero and I began to butt heads. It's no big deal, we're friends, it happens. The issue, though, this sudden appearance of this charming, scruffy new man in both our lives made me momentarily forget both where I was, and to some extent, what I was. For just 1 second, but it was 1 second too long. I forgot that I wasn't kicking back at home where something like lighting a cigarette by simply clicking the flame into existence and pinching the source of the flame between your thumb and first finger was commonplace. Here, it could be seen as a life-changing event, possibly. I did hear Zerzero's heartbeat quicken, however, I didn't have time to stop myself.
Oh, where'd you learn to do that, mate? Cheers.
His casual attitude did relieve me somewhat, and so I decided to answer his question. Paris, 1791. It's a great way to attract crowds, which, trust me, during the French Revolution was seen to be rather useful.
Please don't mind him, sir. He's not exactly
human, says Z-Man with the wingspan.
He can't see my wingspan.
Can't he?
No! Now can we please get on with this?
Fine. It was nice to meet you, Simon.
Redgren!
Sorry, you didn't tell me that was your name, did you? Oops. Reflexes. Can't help myself sometimes.
Ignore him. He's just high.
Hey, I resent that. No, you don't. Yeah, okay, I don't.
No problem, boys. You have a good night now.
That sentence was a perfect blend of passive and passionate.
Welcome to Edinburgh on a Friday night during riot season.
Oh, and watch out for those bin snakes.
Snakes? Simon, wait! What snakes?
Those snakes.
Ooh, are there snakes living in that bin over there?
It would seem so. Well?
Well, what?
What are you waiting for?
I'm waiting for you to tell me what you're waiting for.
Well, I'm assuming that we came here to capture a live seraph in snake form?
Why would you assume that?
Because I thought that was going to help us vanquish the one back at the church.
Oh yeah, there's a great idea. Bring an extra foot soldier from the opposing team onto the battlefield. Let it distract and attack your siblings, performing the incantations long enough to get free and start wrecking Scotland's capital city, right in the middle of riot season. We're here to determine the source, the power behind the snakes, the power behind Jamie's unfortunate manipulation into becoming a pretty much fully formed witch, demon, vessel thingy. And maybe, if we're very, very, very lucky, a clue to the blanket of darkness sweeping this fair land. The source of the creation is far more interesting and informative than the creation itself.
But what about the demon?
Did you seriously not hear a word I just said? If we find the source of the creation, we may also find the key to its destruction. You know, in there? The place beside the sin bin full of shifty demon snakes? What I mean is, I can feel my siblings struggling to keep that thing bound back there. I thought furious ones couldn't sense each other's pain.
No.
We can,
That's just something that you say. Well then, by all means go and check on them, and ask your followers if they know where to find a giant ice gun. I'll stay here, keep an eye on things. Maybe examine the snakes if it'll make you feel important. What the hell do we need a giant ice gun for? Well, other than the fact that Saraf literally means to burn in Hebrew, and that the closest opposite to burn is to freeze, which in the short term at least may be a preferable and less straining method of binding the thing to one spot while we figure out a plan. Aside from those things, I've just always wanted to use a giant ice gun. Fine. I'll make the call on the way back. Don't do anything. Just be cool. Don't talk to anyone. Don't be, you.
I think you'll find I'm perfectly cool. Just don't be too long, and try to get more of your brothers and sisters on deck. Spread the word. The stronger that thing gets, the more grumpy chickens we're going to need. I'll share the psychic link and dictate a spell to you if I think of one.
Stay safe, dickhead.
That's it. Off you flap. Sucker. Alone at last. Now, let's have a peek beyond the veil of deafening deceit, shall we, listeners?
Ye moria rententus. Ye moria rententus.
Mystical protection glyphs. Is that the seal of Solomon? One layer of security? Is this a trap? Or is this pathetic? Either way, I'm intrigued. The question isn't, can I open the door? Of course I can open the door. The question is, dare I, given that I've just noticed all those sin bin snakes staring at me as I move closer to this threshold? Dare I make a telepathic connection with a most likely evil and angry door, and step into the unknown? Alone? Kiakoya. Yes, I think I dare. Jesus Christ! Not another one. He's definitely not here right now. Can I take a message? You're a spooky bitch, mate. How can you tell, stranger? You've only laid your mortal eyes on the back of my head and witnessed me unlock and open a forbidden door with my thoughts at... Wait, what year is this? And by the time you give me an answer to this question, I will have turned around and graced you with my faithful face of graceless grace. I'd thank you not to stare too much. I know it's tempting. 2020, mate. Jesus Christ on a bendy bus. How dare you? I look nothing like him. And my face does not resemble public transportation, nor does my fashion sense. Why do people always get that wrong? He's not even corporeal in this timeline. I don't think... Never mind. Did you say 2020? Aye, mate. They're calling it the year of hindsight. 365 days of reflection. Huh. In that case, you must be terrified. 21st century. Real turning point. Or a fake one. Depends on who you're having the argument with. If you ask any smart conspiracy theorist or any crazy one, same difference. They'll tell you that the new millennium brought forth an age of giggling transparency. Giggling and bleeding. Magic users like myself would agree with that, mostly. But ask any politician in, say, the year 5000 and they'll tell you that the mid-21st century was when their kind got bored of lying to the populace for political gain, or, more often, damage control. They decided it would be much more interesting to tell the truth, true transparency, and then maybe, just maybe, they could attain long-lasting power with their souls intact. Of course, that was a lie, and not only did it end rather quickly, in some cases and concepts such as, let's say, freedom, it ended up backfiring enormously, and then we had to start all over again. For the first time.
Again. Let me educate you in something, my friend. And listen carefully, because I'm not even sure you're going to hear me say this once. Covering your tracks with a lie isn't as powerful as covering them with a truth. Truths last. The pain lasts. Perfect place to hide. In plain sight. Speaking of which, you never saw me and everything is completely normal. Me. Everything is completely normal. Yes, indeed. And the words spoken from my lips to your ears will be nothing more than a near-distant memory that may or may not define your every sunny day. Unless, of course, you subscribe. Because, make no mistake, listeners, it's not over yet. Now then, where was I? Ah, yes. Yoo-hoo! Anybody home?
We all take many oaths in life, most we're not aware. In bright darkness now, the bliss hides fast. Trap the ignorance to stare. Stare. Go on. Stare with your eyes, stare with your ears, stare with your peers, and stare through your fears. Know this, listeners. To cheat death, to be ostensibly sincere in life, is a powerless power only some have achieved. The ones who always work together. The ones who always discover the secret together.
Well, what do you know? It would seem, my ear-shaped pumpkin pies, that the passion to create, minus the morality to control, would in this case be a building-shaped suitcase. A galaxy-sized suitcase, full of nightmares and inherent moral ambiguity. With just a smattering of stupid. 'Tis very me, and in many ways I'm almost touched by the ingenuity, the vision, the hope of escaping the inevitable as it awaits us forevermore. But I'm afraid, my dreadful darlings, that your host is forced to take drastic measures. Oh, what a day. Don't worry, listeners. I'll explain when the time is right. For now, why don't we follow the red-hot flight patterns of the meanwhiles? I do enjoy occasionally narrating another context in my head while physically living another entirely. It keeps your mind busy.
Well, this is a new low.
Cheer up, Z. So, you look like a pigeon. It's only for a little while. You're supposed to blend in. Humanoid with battered angel wings? No. Battered street rat with wings? Yes.
Why did you have to choose this pigeon? I look like I've been hit by a truck.
Well, technically it was a Citroen Saxo being driven at 90 on the freeway by a hungover vet student. Some mystical transferences require specific irony. Not to mention a bunch of old, dusty feathers
covered in blood and tire rubber.
I wondered why my face felt flatter than usual.
Locomotives flatten faces, Z-Man. That is the way of the world.
Speaking of the world, what are you doing in Edinburgh?
What are you doing needing a freeze gun at such short notice?
I'll answer that when you tell me how the hell you happen to know how to suddenly find one at such short notice. Especially in the middle of all this crap.
Because I'm cool, and I'm not a tool, unlike you. Only the cool people know where to find freeze guns. Fallen angels be damned. Get it? 'Cause you're a chicken.
I am not a chicken.
No, actually, right now, you're a pigeon.
Kaya Hennessy. I swear.
To who? God? Lucy Morning Breath down under? I don't think either of those guys are in any frame of mind or frame of, well, anything really to be doing you any favors right now, sweetie.
That's where you could be mistaken, cupcake.
Really now? Come on, spill the murdered beans.
What is it with you and murdered things today?
It's a hobby. Now spill.
You first. Who are we meeting?
I don't know his name. People call him the auctioneer. He provides numbers, dates, times, locations, file numbers, and souls.
He's a pusher. I haven't seen one of those around these parts in almost...
I know. That's why I'm here. 2 birds with 1 stone and all that.
That was just unnecessary.
Sorry.
It might have something to do with this surrounding energy. This rising darkness thing.
This what?
Redgrin's been crowing about this rising darkness prophecy.
Which one? Isn't there like 20 of those? He's always spouting stuff like that. It's who he is.
Apparently, this one has something directly to do with me.
Wait, what do you mean? Don't say anything.
It's telepathy, genius. I wouldn't be able to form sentences without, well, lips or teeth or an appropriately sized tongue.
Well, at least shut the fuck up and let me concentrate then. Ring-a-ding-ding. Ask not for whom the bell tolls. It does so deliciously toll for thee. I do love a good cliffhanger. In Grandma Grin's day, if a being had something on the edge of their soul, they were expected to scrape it off on the edge of the gutter, like a piece of chewing gum unknowingly infected with a deadly virus, one that spreads, consumes, and transforms. Jamie Mortimer had something on the edge of her soul. A secret. Perhaps a somewhat psychic inkling as to the nature of this place. This hidden gem of hell. A new kind of hell. A hell that, as I speak, is now being consumed by its own fire. With a little help from my Foxtrot Semtex. As you know, listeners, as I speak, and when I speak, have, on this show since its inception, become interchangeable, perhaps more. However, it's important to me and nobody else that I recount my recent events from a point of peaceful reflection. Don't worry, I'll do my best to confuse you. And of course, we still need to find that freeze gun. Now, let us rewind back to when the door closed behind me. I wasn't scared. In fact, the very sound of the slam seemed to spur on my sporadic yet ironic giggle fest. But I guess all personal logs have to start somewhere, right? Redgrin's log. Stardate -302-623.0947682544. I seem to be trapped in here, behind this almost certainly living door, who I can tell does not like me very much. There are traces of gravimetric distortions, apparently sourced from some sort of artificial quantum singularity, which appears to be emanating from close by. According to my phone, anyway. Yes, I have one too. When you're a mystic, there quite literally is an app for everything, even spellcasting. as long as you're able to determine your natural voltage and have the ability to write in any derivative of a celestial language. But I digress. According to my device, which was of course intrinsically linked to House's mainframe, giving me a somewhat 3D view of the complex, as it was according to the public records at least. But what about underneath? In the public eye, it was some sort of well-known goth hangout. I knew many who regularly graced this establishment with their presence when wanting to achieve specific metaphysical transferences. A somewhat bodged and inherently temporary fast track to the beyond. Come and spend the day chatting to your dead loved ones. Step right up. Come and spend the day bitching and whining to the dead people you hated, or who hated you. Trust me, listeners, it's great therapy. But this kind of power, if tampered with or left unchecked, can have just shy of devastating consequences. The closer I'm getting to the far side of the ground floor bar, which at least seemed to be empty and unsupervised, the less erratic the gravimetric distortions became. The grey stone walls around me are lined with mirrors, so that all I can see is myself. But the distortions, pulsating now, constant yet unstable. Not good. Opposite of good. Behind me, the angry door through which I entered, although firmly shut, seems to be speaking? Is that a Nokian, or is that nails? Oh my lord, those are invisible human nails scratching at that poor door's torso. How dare they, just because they're pissing and moaning about being dead. The words emergency exit, scrawled in faded fluorescent-like blood-red paint, now fading to black to reveal the battle-scarred background of the aging doorframe. Stupid metaphorical foreshadowing. Looks like I'm stuck in here for now, listeners. My urge for a Bloody Mary is fast beckoning from the left, dear. One serves from the left. Sorry. The memories of Grandma Grin seem to be more potent of late. She taught me everything I know. How to grin at your pain. It's in the family name. How to bathe in your eternal shame and yet remain to kill the same. It's encoded in your fucking brain. Oh, memories. Vile, repulsive little brutes. Oh no. I think I'm gonna make this first one on the house. Oh, hello, small and ironically gentle night imp. Taking the form of a cat doesn't fool me, you know. I see through you. Who said I was gentle? What'll it be, Spellman? Bloody Mary, if I heard it right? Are they still using that term around here? The inherent sexism in that word. Spell man. Man? Also, yes. Coming right up. Were you eavesdropping, kitty cat? Correct me if I'm wrong, spell caster, but which one of us was it who lifted the veil in full view of the frantic populace during a nationwide ego death? Are you talking about those riots out there? That's not a nationwide ego death, it's a fucking tea party. You wait until century 22. Jesus Christ on a crystal meth binge. That was, well, Jesus Christ on a crystal meth binge. Metaphorically, I think. Or was that 26? Who the hell are you? Who am I? Who am I? Who are you? And why are you pouring me a drink that you happen to mention is on the house? You broke into my bar. I'm impressed, but also troubled. And slightly fucking pissed.
This place is yours. What's your name?
You first, spellcaster. I know your type. Shifty. Can do a lot with names, dates, and times.
Understandably cautious, kitty cat. That's your name in my head now. They call me Redgrin, or I call me Redgrin, or she named me Redgrin. One of the three, I'm sure.
So she.
Nice try, kitty cat.
Jaira. My name is Jaira.
Personally, I prefer Kit Kat, but I'll refrain if you drop the spellcaster.
Oh, I'll drop the spellcaster, alright, just as soon as you finish that drink. So sip cautiously.
Sip cautiously?
Sip cautiously.
Sip cautiously. What?
Sip cautiously, Redgrin.
Jaira, my friend, we are now on first-name terms, and I couldn't smile wider if I tried. Being on first-name terms with an ironically gentle-looking night imp does so provide me with, shall we say, narrative advancement. Now, my little Cheshire Cat look-alike, with thumbs, tell me who's in charge here.
I am, among others.
Knew it! Imp kitties shall not inherit the earth alone just because they have thumbs. It's been proved. I can't wait to tell Zerzero.
Why are you here, Mr. Grin? First name terms doesn't mean I can't ask you questions by using your formal one.
Ah, you know the lingo. I just happen to be passing.
You just happen to be passing my bar and breaking into it, Mr. Grin?
Yes.
Try again.
Excuse me? How about you? How about you try again? Unstable, yet constant gravimetric distortions emanating from underneath your bar during what you yourself called a nationwide ego death. You and your busy bumblebee business partners feeding on the misery? Is that it?
I think you'll find that's none of your business.
Ooh, I like that answer. It shows passion, but it also shows other things.
Such as, Mr. Grin?
Well, Impy Cat Thingy, you're smart enough to know that I'm a spellcaster, which would lead any smart Impy Cat Thingy to believe that I, as a most likely semi-celestial, am a reasonably powerful being. Even got past your mental block. You didn't break a sweat, which is also interesting. Plus, you believing it's none of my business, above my pay grade or whatever. Not that I get paid for this means that you think you and your friends are more powerful than me. You think that I'm supposed to be scared of you, which means, in conclusion, that you, Impy Cat Thingy, are hiding something. Something big, and I need to know what it is. Tell me about those distortions. Or better yet, show me.
That is not going to happen. What was that?
It wasn't a request. Then Veria 10
Stop it. That's not fair.
I know. But neither is whatever you're doing to contribute to the chaos out there. So come on, kitty. Cough it up.
I won't tell. I won't.
You can't lie to me, Jaira. Now spill the murdered beans.
Kaya took that from me, just so you know, listeners. What was that? A devil's heaven. What in the ass? You mean one or several doorways to various afterlives of varying cultures? Simultaneously? Yep. Someone tried to create synthetic heavens once before. A long time ago. Holographic yet accurate representations of multiversal paradise. But the meaning of paradise depends on the culture it emanates from. Show me! That is definitely not going to happen. Oh, come on! Why not? Because you are going to die now. Wouldn't be the first time. Oh, hello. Bullets? Really? If you'll excuse me, listeners, I have to teach these twat biscuits a thing or two about magic and bullets. They mix, and they do mix oh so perfectly. I do believe that it is time to press pause.
Aren't you going to answer that?
It has to ring at least 7 times. The first few makes us seem far too eager. He'll guess something's up. And since, something is up. Hello? That will be me.
Fountain.
Well, that was a little abrupt for my liking. I have a bad feeling about this. Just before roughly the next 5 minutes of your lives become entangled in nothing less than a truckload of mindless violence and wanton property damage, I thought I might interject. Kaya and the chicken were currently in Nicholson Square Park, 0.4 miles away from my current position. That is, of course, assuming that where I was still registered on their plane of existence. This fountain that Mr. Slimetongue is referring to, however, was certainly not from this plane of existence. At least not originally. No, listeners, this fountain was a gateway, somehow self-engineered and manifested. A gateway to a place I would rather not name for the sake of the earth, with a built-in perception filter. To passers-by, it looked like a neglected council project. They all do, right? What I can tell you, however, is there is only a one-way passage. A passage only accessible by the beings who lived on the other side. I imagine that Mr. Slimetongue was one of them, and whatever was soon arriving to meet them, another. The one-way system is a loophole I've been meaning to get around to. Maybe I will. Maybe soon. But hopefully never. Regardless, I think Kaya is a bit in over her head. Especially with a chicken pigeon timeshare for backup. But I've been wrong before. Let's press play, shall we? Bubble, bubble, toil and trouble. God damn it. What is it? You're telling me you didn't know? Know what? Wait, is that a... Yup. And I'm a pigeon. This is not good. This is really not good. Do you even know what he's supposed to look like? I don't know. I
did hear that he could be a shapeshifter, though. Oh, perfect. So that means that any second now, something is going to come out of that black, bubbling council fountain goo that could be of any size, strength, mass, power level. You said this guy's a pusher, he has to be juicing in the dark, and if he's from that place... Come on, Z. Like you said, any shape, size, strength, mass, or power level. Personally, I'm hoping for a really round, huge-ass motherfucker with an obvious weakness and next to no power. If that is what happens, Kaya, then after we sail through this meeting, I shall fill my pants with hot kyber crystals and fly in the path of the sun in Puerto Rico. Gone.
I'm gonna hold you to that, Z.
You do that, dear. Because that isn't what's going to happen. Then what is going to happen? Well, what?
Well, listeners, isn't this exciting? A drug-addled assassin, a grumpy chicken disguised as a pigeon, and a deadly council fountain full of potential nightmares. What could be better? Oh, that's right. Me. By now, I had shared the psychic link with Zozero, and therefore Kaya as Z saw fit to extend. As this is my psychic link, at least as far as its origin, it only goes one way. My way. They don't know I can hear them. Every thought, every heartbeat, every nightmare. But, then again, neither does anybody else. Anyway, last time I checked, I was being shot at. Something that would give anybody a good reason to press pause on life. Magic user or no. However, now I fear we must resume. The show must go on, after all. Can't wait to see how I get out of this one. Stop firing! Please stop firing? Huh. That worked.
Either that, or they just need to reload.
Don't spoil the moment, J-Ra. And aren't you paying attention?
What do you mean?
Why is he not dead?
Good question, J-Ra. Why am I not dead? They definitely didn't miss. Given the state of the wall and the amount of eyes that they have between them. More than 4 each for those listening in. 4 disposable henchtables. Their appearances were as far away from humanoid as I am from birth. They no doubt hailed from the place underneath, given their very appearances were distortion personified, and all of the guns they had were tailor-made to fit their... Were they hands?
My clip is empty.
Mine too.
Does anybody have any more shotgun shells?
I left mine in my other suit. I do apologize. What the hell is going on? Hush! Excuse me? Shh. Are you shushing me? Who the hell do you think you are? If you'll just shut up, you'll be able to hear it too.
Hear what?
The words. What words? What are you talking about? 2 words. Can't you hear them? What 2 words? 2 words, 2 words, 2 words. 2 words, 2 words. First word. Morons.
What?
Second word. Astral. No. No! I think you'll find you mean yes. Now who wants their brain flossed with an astral chainsaw? Wow! Time to go turbo. I do love scouting ahead. It does so tickle all the health and safety boxes, especially where bullets and demon guts are concerned. Like most, they are sensitive to the kind of light I emit when my astral form goes supernova at will. It's a little deterrent of mine, and only semi-nuclear. No easy feat is it affecting the mortal plane with your astral brain. The big things like the energy repulsors, however, are easy. When that much energy is utilized, multiple layers of reality are affected. Like most things in life, it's the little things that make all the difference. If you don't know what I mean, then answer me this. Why did I order the Bloody Mary? Do feel free to comment below if you know the answer. What fresh hell is this? Warning. Nightmare detected. Warning. Nightmare detected. Huh. Guess I was wrong about there being only one layer of security. Nightmare gas. You bloody bastards. Let's hope I don't wake up tied to some sort of eccentric electric chair, since there's clearly someone still watching me. Meanwhile...
Well, we're gonna die. How the hell are we gonna die? That's something I'd rather not know. Just look stern. Look stern? Are you kidding me? We have no idea what the hell's gonna come out of that. Oh my god! What the fuck is that? They look like Swamp Thing face fucked a dying star. Or sucked off a gravity well. Hard, like breakup sex hard. Please stop talking. Like, right now. I indeed do concur with the Birdman. Keep that pretty dirty little mouth of yours closed.
Wait, they can hear me?
I can indeed hear those dulcet tones of yours, Z-Man.
I do declare you must be a tremendous baritone. Now, why don't you come out of this here disguise of yours? What did you think? That I wouldn't notice your guardian angel by your side, pretty one? Don't you fucking call me that.
Now here, that ain't no way to talk to the man with information to sell.
If you're selling it for a price, then my accurate, if profane description of your physical and presumably astral appearances are irrelevant.
I cannot argue that logic, but I'm what you might call emotionally driven.
Well, whoop-de-fucking-do. Are you gonna tell us where the item is?
Well now, doesn't that just depend?
On what, Swampy?
On you watching your tone, Missy.
She's sorry.
I don't think so, Furious One. Convince me. How exactly do I convince you?
By dying, of course. No! Come on now, Furious One. Sleep. Whoa. Oh, well, that was unpleasant. I have to say, it wasn't the worst nightmare I've ever had. On a beach, waltzing with a Raxus crone. In a nutshell, a creature hell-bent on feeding on the hearts of elderly vampires and heaven-sent by grumpy elderly angels. Yes, they age. Just very, very, very slowly. To be honest, I could have done without being so close to the crone's long, weeping torso and being gripped by arms reminiscent of disease-filled tendrils, not to mention the glass-filled ballet shoes. But other than that, peaceful. You can tell that gas was cheap, factory-made, only going as far as to create lucid dreams. Being able to have at least partial control over my mind and body made it easier for me to shall we say, step out of time with the rhythm I was drugged to dance to. But a lot of Raxus crones tend to literally be born with 2 left feet, so it was no easy task resisting the urge to murder him ominously. But alas, I prevailed. Now, where the hell am I?
You are in a room.
I gathered as much, thank you, dear. Can't see a bloody thing. Activate the night vision chip, would you? Whoa! This force field seems pretty out of place for a mystical dungeon, wouldn't you say?
This is not a dungeon.
Then, pray tell, if you would be so kind, where the fuck am I? All I can see is vacant space and a force field. As for what I can hear, experimentation. And experimentation most foul.
Approximately 1.6 miles away from your last known position.
Which was?
The gate that moans.
I thought it was the gate that moves.
Whatever.
1.6 miles. Did they, whoever they were, move me to a different building?
Affirmative. Possibly.
Well, that's just maddeningly unhelpful, isn't it?
Would it be more helpful if I informed you that Zerzero is currently being tortured by what Kaya referred to as a swamp thing that face-fucked the gravity well?
Actually, it was a dying star, and no, it was not more helpful as it was something I already fucking knew!
No matter how difficult the situation, there is no need to shout.
Why am I in a cell with ray shields? How did this happen? I'm sure I'm smarter than this.
Apparently not.
You're so lucky you're a literal Skywalker house. Next you're gonna tell me to be patient, right?
Yes.
And then what? Will R2 be here in a few moments to release the ray shields? No! This is not Revenge of the Sith.
This is Revenge of the something.
Elaborate.
What you do here will ignite vengeance among the enemy populace. Sacrifices must be made.
Will you stop skipping ahead? We need to focus on getting out of this cell. There are a lot of people in here. I can feel it. The pain, the terror, the submission. I'm in one of many cells. The walls are constructed from the same stone as the bar. I'm underground.
Affirmative. Red, your proximity sequencer has detected movement.
I know, House. My feet are buzzing. Do excuse me, listeners. I believe there's someone to see me. Good thing I'm wearing my Saturday's best. And for some drop-dead stupid reason, I'm not wearing a straitjacket. You think CCTV is enough? See, this is what happens when you force mystical beings to work with evil emotionless scientists. The complete and total arrogance of both parties is astounding. The mystics thinking that the scientists aren't smart enough to construct weapons and devices specifically designed to incapacitate, incarcerate, or exterminate semi-celestials. And the scientists thinking that the mystics don't always have something abstract and often long-term up their sleeve that is specifically designed to never not always be ascertained by the ones who are stupid enough to think they invented the very word. Ooh, but this one isn't stupid. This one has promise, balance, familiarity. Interesting.
Interesting is one word for it, dear. Well. Redgrin.
What's it been? You know how long it's been for me, Grayson. What about from your perspective? You don't know? That's why I'm asking.
Redgrin doesn't know something. Does it hurt, darling?
You know it does.
67 years since defection, roughly. Been traveling the long way round. Mostly. With a little leeway.
With Kaya? It's never good for people like us to travel alone. You just choose to spend your time among those with longer lifespans. Can you blame me? I stopped dragging humans around with me a long time ago. You remember? Of course I remember. It always goes wrong, Grey. After everywhere we take them, everything we ask of them, everything we make them give. You know she's here to kill the auctioneer, right? Sounds like Kaya. Are you listening to me? She doesn't stand a chance. Have you seen the size of that guy? Does she even know why she's supposed to kill him? She can handle herself. Now, what are you doing here? Me? Me? What the hell are you doing here? I'm playing doctor, obviously. Another one of your undercover operations. It's the best way to stay off the grid, even dimensionally speaking. You're not staying off the grid, you're just on a different grid. Christ, I hate that expression. Above ground, maybe, but down here, in amongst the dull-eyed, drone-like stares of the zombie army. You mean the scientists? For people who make a career out of observations, they notice very little. I noticed a lot. These convergences, whatever they are, they're perpetuating the surrounding chaos. Those dick thistles above ground said something about a devil's heaven. I haven't heard that expression for a very long time. Neither have I. Why do you think I'm here? So, why did you gas me with cheap lucid nightmares? That wasn't me. That was one of the lab's security team. Nasty bastards. Luckily, I happened to have befriended the one that was on shift when you were up there shooting up the place. Technically, they were the ones doing the shooting. Right after you strangled the upper manager with your thoughts. Can I help it if that kitty cat was cagey? I did ask him nicely at first. Then you blew him up, along with the rest of them. At which point, this friend of mine was going to flood the room with gas that is poisonous to many, many derivatives of our kind. It might not have killed you, but it would have done some serious damage, as you were only incapacitated and therefore a source of information and no doubt power, given your impressive demonstration, which I think is still being scraped off the walls as we speak. They brought you down here instead. Usually it's the lower guards that deal with the interrogations, but I can be persuasive. You've no idea of the elaborate story I had to construct to convince them to cut the audio feed in here. So, you're welcome. Sweetheart, how can I ever repay you? I thought you'd never ask. No, you didn't. Yeah, okay, I didn't. I'm in need of your, shall we say, demolition skills? That's putting it kindly and mildly. I know, but it's necessary. The distortions, caused by rips in the very fabric of reality. Unstable portals. I take it not all of the key makers are willing. A good 10%, but they're sadistic bastards. Totally happy opening partial portals to various nightmare dimensions, letting all the spectres bleed out. Some of the poor volunteers for this experiment thought they had found a one-way ticket, or even better, a two-way ticket to the Promised Land. They were wrong. That explains the riots. What about Jamie?
Who?
Jamie Mortimer. She was led here by her past, her heritage, and what she found brought out the worst in her. And now she's gone feral.
Hunger demon? Supercharged angel-killing badass?
Seraph.
Oh. Fuck.
Fuck indeed. With Kaya's help, I had Zerdero source a freeze gun to help his siblings hold her in stasis, but even then we can only slow it down. So I need your help.
You're joking.
Despite the fact that I can't stop smiling, I very rarely joke. Laughter is sometimes different from humor.
Okay, getting darker.
Focus! I can't leave until I get a look at this thing. There has to be a central testing hub.
There is, right in the center of the complex. Some of it has been dimensionally engineered though, so getting your bearings will not be easy, but I can't blow my cover.
Right now, we're just standing here moving our mouths, but if I start punching in the unlock pulse to those ray shields, then the whole place goes on lockdown. I know a way out, but it's still risky.
Then we'll make it look good. They don't know what you are, who we are. Fake a mental probe, I'll hack my way out and kick your ass. I'll knock out the cameras. House has already jammed the door to buy us a couple more minutes. We split, I blow up, post-investigation of course. You back up, then we regroup. It'll be just like old times.
No, it won't, but fine. Just stay away from the face. It'll affect the perception filter.
And you need a perception filter the metaphorical size of a lighthouse.
Are you trying to piss me off so I'll actually want to hit you?
Like I said, we've got to make it look good. Now, get on with it.
Stop. Please stop hurting him.
I think an apology is in order, little mister, don't you? And I quote, like Swamp Thing face fucked a dying star?
I'm sorry, okay? My foot lives in my mouth, and my head lives up my ass, and I travel the universe, and I kill people, bad people, the kind of people who would torture an already tortured soul, and I also help people, good people, the kind of people who need access to a device capable of keeping a seraph in stasis.
A seraph, you say?
Yes.
Is this true, Furious One? It's nice to see you back as you should be, by the way. No more dead pigeon.
Yes. Yes. Yes, it's true. We've got minutes at best.
I appreciate your honesty, Kaya Hennessy. I'm a creature that likes to get to the heart of the business at hand, that's all. I can get you what you want, but for a price.
Name it.
Your friend, Red Grin.
Ooh, I feel so important.
What about them?
That is my price.
You've got to be kidding me. What do you want with Red? Tell me. Heart of the business at hand, cards on the table.
Alright then. There is information he has which he has to unhab.
That's not exactly how they work.
Nevertheless, my superiors have asked me to bring the Celestial, known as Red Green, before them in their chambers so they might talk. I do that, I'm guaranteed ascension.
That's it? Just talk?
I would rather die than elaborate.
Okay, getting even darker now.
Done. What? Is she serious? I'm done.
Done.
What?
Shall we shake on it?
Good luck with that. Those definitely aren't hands.
I think a verbal agreement is enough, don't you?
I defer to you, ma'am.
Interesting. The auctioneer's superiors must be incredibly high up, or at least far over, dimensionally speaking, if he came through that gateway. Again, it didn't look like much, but what lay beyond the veil, I would dare not venture to guess. But I digress.
You would defer to me, huh? Then would you mind terribly pulling the freeze gun out of your ass so that we can give these siblings a break? Oh, God, I didn't mean literally. Oh, fuck.
It is a convenient storage space.
Really glad I didn't shake your hand now. Speaking of storage spaces, listeners, I do believe that I have found the back door into this security system from the inside of the cell. It tried to shut me out several times and initiate red alert, but during his Oscar-worthy mind probe performance, Gray was mouthing the security code lockouts in random number groups that enabled me to keep the system quiet, for now. There. Alright, here we go. Let's cue up the pain. Gryson won't thank me for this, especially since he can't fight back. Not properly, anyway. Wouldn't want to blow his cover now, would we, listeners?
All stations, We have a ray shield down in Sector 17. Scramble security teams and lock down all the nearest available exits.
Ah, good old backup. I have to say, I more enjoy fighting, discrediting, and of course, torturing my enemies from afar. It keeps things interesting for both parties. Close quarters combat isn't exactly my style, but that doesn't mean that I am never not, shall we say, capable.
Audio feed re-established.
Perfect timing. Oh, so many enemies in so little time.
It won't open! It's jammed!
Oh, please, of course it's jammed. I'm a technologically adept psychotic celestial, not a hack. Despite what your system interface history may tell you. However, I was able to download the necessary security passkeys for this area of the complex. That's what you get for hiding your passwords in as little as 2 places, one of which seemed to be accessible from the interface terminal on the inner side of the cell, presumably used primarily as a comlink and video monitoring interface. Sloppy workmanship, guys. These should get me into the center of the complex, right, Gray? Oh, right. Unconscious. He'll be up and about in no time.
Unlock this door! Right now!
Are you sure? I know you think your guns and bullets will work, or that you'll even have time to aim, but you don't, and they won't, and if that armor you guys are wearing is based on the cryo-dipped bioweave from the last Civil War, then you are more than truly roundly fucked.
Yeah, well, we'd rather find that out for ourselves!
Oh, well in that case it seems rude to not invite you in, but just to warn you, boys and girls, we're about to change your fucking lives. Venvuria melayaka en ren me membuat covisco scontinio feravecti.
Door 12.2 now open.
Take him out! Open fire!
Come hither, my ears, who've come back for the end. Let us smoke to the present before it shall bend. For now, if we focus and say hocus pocus, together we'll skip like a family of jokers. God split me last time, post-cautionary rhyme. My house, she did order me back into line. And so I left my dimension, in search of contention, invention, intention, and Red Dead Redemption. Contention I found, above Edinburgh ground, and invention in magical fuel for the engine. The intention's impure, you'll learn that is the cure, for the wellness that gels less with redemption's bed rest. So, invest your attention, embrace our dimension, and soon you'll be ready for Ascension's deception. You know something, listeners? It does indeed take true grit to smile in the face of a city poisoned by a chaos of its own making. I think we can all agree, my dreadful things, that chaos, in its purest form, requires one thing: enthusiasm. Something which the people of this great city and others beyond seem to currently have in abundance. The politically motivated riots that quickly evolved into the trial and public executions of certain high-ranking government officials, then evolved into mass executions of the upper-class evaders, then evolved further still into random executions, forcing everyone to splinter into various groups of varying sizes for simple protection, further forcing them to compromise their principles permanently, all in the name of survival. What if that collective enthusiasm were malleable? What if that collective fear and rage
could be concentrated for a specific purpose. The rabbit sin bat was merely the latest symptom in this collective outbreak. Zerzero and I were initially able to contain the seraphim in a slight variation of biochemical stasis. Being fully possessed can often feel like your cells are being replaced one by one at an immense pace. I didn't realize, neither of us did, just how immense and rapid onset this possession had become, thanks to the surrounding chaos. And so despite further assistance from other furious ones to keep the stasis field bound together, the field disintegrated, allowing the rabbit sin bat to break free. The furious ones fought a good fight, gave all they could, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. I have always been fascinated by events that can pass us by, events that can define millions of lives when traced back from the aftermath to the epicenter, and then back again. As I made my way through the dimensionally engineered undermines of the Devil's Heaven facility, silently slicing and dicing my way through unsuspecting, undertrained, hopelessly armored guards, the psychic feed, active in both Kaya and Zerzero's minds, pulsated in my inner network, spreading around it, suffocating it, breaking my concentration. I could see in my mind, hear, and feel everything they were seeing, hearing, and feeling. My gift, my curse. No matter. Must focus. And there it is again. Right there. Not here. There. The trepidation. Would they survive? Yes, they had the freeze gun by making a deal with the auctioneer, one that made my future more uncertain than ever. But again, no matter. Focus. Would they survive? Would the gun be enough? Was it nothing more than a glorified fire extinguisher? Should I have gone off on my own and abandoned them? You didn't abandon them, you ass. You're making your way to the source, aren't you? The hub of the manipulation. This hub or reactor was powerful enough to rip holes in the very fabric of the city's reality. The nightmares are coming. Nightmares shrouded in half-truths and dark pale lies. The dimensional collective now sparking with fury. And I have to stop it before it reaches full capacity. Focus. A long, metallic snaking bridge situated above the reactor's gigantic drilling apparatus, tasked with burrowing down to the Earth's core in an only partially futile attempt to gain access to the ones underneath, now separated me from one of the exit hatches that gave way to the reactor's control room. Less guards, more doctors, but therefore a possibility of more patients. I had to be careful. They were the victims here. I had no way of knowing what percentage of these test subjects had been willing volunteers, wanting to escape to the promised land, or taken from their homes in the dead of night and forced to relive their worst nightmares on a constant loop for the benefit of synthesizing eternal purgatory for both the innocent and the guilty. This had to stop. Halfway across the half-mile bridge, the images from the psychic link plagued me further still. Mostly I saw the expansive skylines filled with billowing smoke and choked saliva as Zerzero flew some of the civilians up and out of the blood-red carnage to a safe enough distance before returning to find more. Doing what he was made to do. And Kaya, well, she didn't have wings or a flight suit, so naturally she volunteered to operate the freeze gun. And although her body temperature was plummeting as a result, she was holding her own, also thanks to the auctioneer's close-quarter melee attacks. But for how much longer? Thanks to the amount of man-made fire spreading through and consuming the streets, the rabbit sin bat continued growing in strength simply by coming into skin contact with the ground. Kaya was able to freeze a violent dark pale wing here, a bulbous, pulsating, blood-stained arm there. But it would break free. She would break free. Jamie.
Come on, Batface. Stay still.
I heard Kaya shout, which, despite the pain, widened my smile. The exit hatch wasn't far now. I was weakening. I could feel it. Despite, let's call them, my additional levels of protection from hostile intent, the battle with those guards in my brief accommodation in this facility took a great deal of my energy. Trying not to step on Grayson's face as the battle raged on was the real challenge. But that was based on situational chaos and temptation, two things which can become increasingly difficult to ignore. Grayson, though, managed to escape in all the confusion, metal and fluids, his perception filter and therefore cover intact, even though I wouldn't have left anyone alive who could have reported his infiltration. You never really know who might be watching. With Grayson's temporary psychic link now active, I had an idea of how long it would take him to reach one of the dimensional collective entrances, most likely just beyond one of the basement exits around 40 meters below the torture chambers and holding cells. One of the upsides to the somewhat shoddy dimensional engineering all around me, no doubt stolen, or as the scientists in this facility would say, liberated from another time and place, was that I had the ability to access a crude recreation of the dimensional plane I was currently inhabiting relative to either my position or those with active internal psychic links. I had no reason to trust the auctioneer. None of us did. His superiors wanted me in exchange for his help, which, to be fair, he was providing. Beyond what I expected, the rabbit-sin bat was no doubt stronger, given the difference in recovery time from the respective physical blows and wounds. But whoever, whatever the auctioneer was, they were holding their own. Enough to eventually aid Grayson, as he no doubt led the final attack, whenever that would be. Not long now. A small bubbling wave of relief washed through me. Grayson must be close. Hopefully his route from the holding cells will have led him to the nearby central train station, just a few minutes away from Nicholson Square Park. It was an uphill run from where he would end up, but my guess, at Grayson's speed, 10 minutes. With a war on the streets, maybe 15 if he encountered trouble. It was up to me to cut this goddamn thing's head off. And so, as I drew closer to the exit hatch, taking in the terrifyingly grand design of the undermines, I spotted exactly what I needed to set off a chain reaction. As massive as this place was, if the dimensional barriers collapsed, which all depended on the quality of both their components and installation, this place would be ripped apart on almost every level imaginable. It was up to me, however, to contain, or at the very least reduce the blast radius. And so I prepared my calculations, and latterly my incantations, tossing a silver coin into the air and allowing it to fall directly down towards the reactor far below this increasingly unstable maintenance bridge. Full time to impact, 15 seconds. Reactor outer construction material? Terulium, osmium's scary uncle. This should be interesting.
Alert! Alert! Intruder detected. Intruder detected.
Oh, come on! Stupid cosmic coin, always getting me into trouble. How long have I got? 10. House? Is that you? Hello? 9. Well, that's terrifying. House has many voices, listeners, I'll grant you.
8.
But that isn't one of them.
7.
Wait, that isn't sourced from my network.
6.
It's coming from above me.
5.
Oh, this can't be good. The black, acrid smoke swirled below Zerzero's feet like a maelstrom of chaos and dread. In his arms he held a terrified human, one of the few he had managed to save. The boy was shaking, bleeding, unable to hold back tears that ran down the angel's furious arms, caught on the edge of a smoke-blackened feather, and then finally dropped out of sight towards the carnage below. Half the city was on fire, all of its inhabitants' moments also burning.
It's going to take more than tears to put that out,
Zerzero muttered, not quite low enough for the human Z thought his name was Jack to hear, despite the altitude. The angel looked down. Was his name Jack? Or was it Zack? The angel had heard his mother screaming something like either one of those names as she was yanked away by one of the many shrouds that were a simple side effect of dimensionally engineered chaos. Soul snatchers, basically. Entities that can't resist taking advantage of the mystical warfare on the streets, like a pickpocket making a killing at an overcrowded marketplace. The shroud delivers the soul to its wrongful place, wherever that may be, most likely the core of the Devil's Heaven reactor that Z knew was bubbling under the surface of all this violence. Souls snatched before their time and imprisoned in the wrong dimensions, just to keep some rich, guilty consciences out of their respective hells, shielding them from their most likely deserved purgatory, all the while releasing the very same thing unto the outside world, covering it in darkness, creating widows, widowers, and orphans alike.
I'm sorry,
Z heard himself say, addressing the child in his arms and every other person down there he felt he was failing to save. Yet again.
This has to stop.
A hand on his shoulder, an older, war-weathered sibling of Zerzero's, tasked with bringing all survivors to a safe zone a few miles outside the city. The angels exchanged their valuable cargo. In Z's case, of course, it was Jack, or Zack. And in the elder sibling's case, energy, in the form of an object, taken from the higher place, the real higher place. This energy was technically forbidden to furious ones like Zerzero, who hadn't yet earned his way back into their good graces since his fall. But to hell with them, the creators of the non-interference policy. The ones above didn't even need the power they possessed, and yet they let their creations below suffer in what they perceive as silence.
Are you sure about this, Zerzero?
The elder asked.
This thing could kill you.
Zerzero gazed down at the ring resting on his slightly blood-stained palm. It glowed honestly and ominously. It wasn't sure about the skin it was now in contact with. Zerzero knew that much.
You shouldn't even have this,
Z replied.
I know. They'll punish you for stealing it. Maybe even banish you. Again. They hate when physical Egyptology goes missing. Standard procedure for unauthorized access to any of the restricted archives. So, make it count. Take care of this wee one. Make sure there's a place for him at one of the safe zones. I will. I always do. Thank you, brother. Stay safe.
Soppy bastard.
You too. And try to contain your fury. I'll do my best. I believe you will.
Alert. Alert. Maintenance bridge retracting. Connecting sectors compromised.
Well, that's just brilliant. A bridge that retracts from both sides. Oh, what shall I do?
4.
Will you stop that? You're clearly not counting down in seconds. Whoever you are. You want me dead? Is that it? You want my attention? You have it in as far as I'm slightly listening. That's as good as you'll get.
3.
Get ready, listeners. Here it comes. Red. What? I'm busy. Shh. You're shushing me now? What do you want, House? I'm almost there. You're really not going to like this. Would you care to elaborate, darling? 2. Shut it! House, something's coming. Well, now we seem to have a firm grasp of the obvious. A singular life form. Maybe. My sensors have never come across anything like this before. I'm pretty sure that's impossible, isn't it? You have access to the entire dimensional collective. Almost all. Whatever this thing is, it's blocking my network. Every time I try to access the information, I get redirected to something that my network can access, which is just about everything else. Currently, this life form is unreadable, and therefore inaccessible. Well, looks like I'm going to have to do this the old-fashioned way.
Alert! Maintenance bridge retracted.
The moon waxed and waned as the angel's fury maxed and gained. The piece of Egyptology now safely wrapped around his dark pale finger, awakening within him nostalgia. This is how he was supposed to feel. This was how he used to feel before his fate had been forever altered by entities unknown. Back when he had grace. Back when he had real power. Power that he was going to use to crush this rabid Sinbad to dust. Wipe it from the face of the earth. There's no other way, the angel said, addressing the eerie, silent skyline, now turning blood red. Descending a few 100 meters down, back into the war zone, he scoped out his target. His eyes closed in battle meditation. Duatakim Karen Elbishuit. Duatakim Ma'at. Duatakim Sa'astedia Alamuit. Duatakim Ma'at. Forced to fall. Created to catch. Not long now. Must protect the innocent.
Z?
A voice in his ear.
Z, is that you up there? Stop messing around. We need you down here. We're getting fisted. I mean literally fisted, and this freeze gun sucks.
It's better I stay back, Kaya. Trust me. Is Grayson close?
He's minutes... God damn it! He's minutes away, and what the hell are you talking about?
My siblings have done a good job evacuating the city center. Make sure Gray keeps that thing where it is. This won't work if it sees me coming. It has to see me as a distraction.
What won't work? Z? Z, can you hear me?
I'm sorry.
The fires roared and raged, the crackling sound of unforgiving embers almost deafening. If it weren't for the soul-ripping screams and the near-distant whimpering of futile self-preservation. Or perhaps it was the high-pitched rasps emanating from the hungry shadows of the former selves. The guilty ones. They were monsters now, desiring only to feed on the souls that remained, the ones currently running for their lives. The ones who wanted to survive, who believed that they had the will to survive. It was a much higher percentage of the city's inhabitants than Grayson expected, which was the only reason he was still smiling, his true face now revealed. Closer and closer. There it is. And there you are. Let's get a bird's eye view, shall we? His momentum now built from the 8-minute run from the central train station,
Gray allowed himself to leap just upwards of 250 feet into the air, rising well above the height of the block of flats he was aiming for that overlooked the carnage that was formerly Nicholson Square Park. He landed, knees bent, with a roof-splitting crash that he was almost certain scared the life out of whoever may be in the apartments below him. He stared, scanning, breathing, listening, watching his love hold her own with the aid of the auctioneer. That wasn't the creature's real name, of course. If he came from an unpronounceable place, it stands to reason that he would have an unpronounceable name. But no matter. He was assisting, at least for now. Gryson shivered as the sensation of Kaya's sub-zero temperature cascaded through his very being. Cleverly, she managed to attack the Rabicin bat from behind, while the auctioneer attacked the thing head-on. This gave her the chance to freeze the bat's wings, preventing it from causing further damage to the surrounding area, and, of course, giving Gryson a chance to strike, as she could no doubt sense that her love was near. Even so, he felt he should warn her to get out of the way, given he had a few extra seconds before the Rabicin bat broke free of its temporary, icy prison.
Hey, hey! Hey! I said, hey! Big, sexy woman! Look out below!
Another leap. A shift into attack position, cane in hand, poised to strike. His dark pale eyes glinted in the rising sun, glowing bright with power, with purpose. And down we go. For now, for this, he has become applicable. For now, never then. The angel must admit this. It is time to hate it again. For the first time. Again. The love in his heart had done all it could do, and it was now time to pay. There was always a price. Always. A few hundred feet below Zerzero, the battle raged on. The angel was trying as he always did to fight his dark side, but he feared it wouldn't be enough. Yes, the Ring of Wadjet had allowed him to save all those in close proximity. The only beings that remained consisted of his siblings, attempting to retrieve and deliver souls that had been wrongfully ripped from the bodies of the wrongfully accused. The ones terrified of their own monstrous form that had now been forced on them, feeding on everything dark within. Unfortunately, due to the amount of genuine murderers, thieves, and rapists that were wandering the streets since the prison outbreak, the grumpy chickens were mostly on the defensive. The Ring of Wadjet, however, could change that. It could turn the tide, close the holes in the fabric of reality, sealing the shrouds in their own dimension. It might kill him, but he was going to die anyway. The prophecy. As the Furious One clenched his right fist, tighter still when the ring began to burn his hand, he remembered. He remembered the prophecy. The complacency of the light. Was this really it? Was this really the time to give in, to surrender to the darkness? So that others may have the freedom to run in the light? Was it time to fight fire with fire? Down below, Gryson let loose an energy blast from his cane, causing green lightning to arc violently over the towering bat-like monster that he could see the beauty within. He preferred using stored magic when fighting in a battle that consisted of purely playing for time. Only moments had passed since Kaya had informed him of Zerzero's plan of attack. Even though it wasn't much of a plan, Gryson could sense him up there, somewhere, and was listening out for whatever signal Zerzero would soon provide. Although Kaya, along with Grey's help, had been able to damage the wings of the Seraphim, the surrounding fire was giving the creature everything it needed to regenerate, causing it to become nothing but more powerful. While narrowly dodging an incoming swiping attack from the ever-growing demon by leaping into the air and settling for a nearby lamppost to use as a vantage point for his counterattack, the psychic link reactivated in Gryson's mind. Grey. He put a finger to his ear, watching the Seraphim's every move. Yes? I need you to get the Seraphim airborne. Now. The amount of energy inside that thing, it could reach critical mass, and then there's no chance of stopping it. And here I thought you wanted me to keep it where it was. But, pray tell, what exactly are you planning to fight it with? There was a pause as Gryson flipped off his vantage point, traveling towards the Sinbat with gathering speed, as Kaya, who had no doubt also heard Zerzero's instruction, aimed the freeze gun on full power, knowing that this was going to be her last shot before she collapsed from internal hypothermia, despite the sauna-like atmosphere. The shot was aimed at the bat's enormous left leg. She hoped there would be enough power left in the gun to freeze the Seraphim to the spot, long enough for Gryson to jump onto the thing's back and entice it into the air, as was one of his talents. And there was just enough power. But unfortunately for Gryson, the takeoff was a lot shakier and clumsier than either Gryson, Kaya, or I'm sure the Seraphim had intended. It gave the thing a chance to launch a spiked elbow into Gryson's face, forcing him to grab onto one of the wings for support, which caused the Seraph to career backwards into the council fountain, with Gryson taking the full force of both blows. Ouch! Kaya exclaimed, shivering, but with a smile on her face. Her fight was over. She had never been brilliant on her own in the air, unless she was flying a cruiser through the finite curve. Were she there now, she would be in her element. Plus, as she fell to her knees, the cold gripping her every fiber, she reckoned she wouldn't last long up there, as it would only get colder the higher they got. And she was no angel. But Gryson, he was close enough for their purposes. He managed to hold on despite the amount of pain he was surely in, and seconds after the creature had recovered itself, still of course very unhappy about his unwanted backseat driver, they took to the air. Gryson blew a kiss as he rushed past at speed, and Kaya returned it. In her mind, Kaya could hear Zerzero begin to chant. She could understand the language more than she could speak it, but she could somehow tell that he was enticing it into the air, out of the danger zone. She put a finger to her ear.
Just remember to fall with grace, babe. Not from it. Thank you, dear. I'll keep that in mind.
That advice was of course for her love, but for her feathery friend too. It was up to them now. Red. Kaya closed her eyes. Red, she said inwardly, having an intermediate level of psychic training herself, learned mostly by osmosis. Red! Red, can you hear me? Asshole! They always put themselves on mute. Z said she left me outside the cloaked entranceway to the facility. There was no doubt I had gone in alone. Why do I always do that? There were a few emergency options. One involved contacting House so that she could direct Kaya to the nearest threshold, meaning she could get to wherever I was much faster, as a shortcut through the network was more than likely. But her body temperature was betraying her, and so it was time for the final option.
Red Grin messaging
Oh,
service.
god damn it!
This,
Like you ever actually
let's be
listen
kind
to
me
messages.
and go with accomplished warlock and excitingly pretty
Come
purveyor
on.
of the dark pale arts seems to be unavailable within this current frozen moment. Whether alive, dead, or riding the line between the two, please feel deceitfully and spiritually free to leave a mystical message after the silence.
Finally! Red, it's K. Just listen. G told me where it was you were going. He liberated one of my Scimitar speed cruisers and left it outside one of the Undermine's basement exits. It should be just under the main hub. When you get out, if you get out, just take it. You can pay me back later. Good luck, sweetie. As the altitude increased, so too did the sounds of the angel's prayer. A dark incantation that summoned the coming darkness in the form of a blinding light. The light of the sun that lies, heralded only by the laughing, bleeding moon. It was almost time.
Pare aresum vevorum en model telata ceserimundo muria malayaka inferum percelego pontebrianos.
By the time Gryson had translated the spell, and therefore finally understood the angel's intentions, it was too late. Pure they might be, but deadly also. The spell feeds on everything dark within the respective magic user. The Ring of Wadjet especially drains angels who aren't meant to wear it. Zerzero knew this, knew that he would be nothing but a frail wisp of his former self after this was over. But that didn't matter to him. Yes, he was being drained, fast. His love was being taken from him. His compassion and hope was being torched like a wildfire as fuel for what he hoped would be a single blast of pure, furious energy. Enough love and compassion, he also hoped, to deport the innocent vessel within to her desired afterlife dimension. Jamie at least deserved that. As for him, well, he wasn't quite sure. He was never quite sure. Only a few 100 meters away now, the angel caught the Sinbad's eye. It had no choice but to travel towards him. It saw the angel as pure energy, a boost in ego and power to the evil and corrupt, as opposed to a threat to the very fabric of its existence. That, and Gryson was kicking the ever-living daylights out of its back and wings, forcing it forward like a disobedient dragon. The angel knew that Grey was preparing his final kick, that he would no doubt use to push himself off the creature and, as he always put it, find a way down. I hope you know what you're doing, you crazy bastard. Gryson shouted. Guess I'll see you at the bottom. As he said this, Grey grabbed both of the Sinbad's beating wings, causing the creature to splay out, giving Zerzero the perfect shot and himself the almost perfect pressure point.
Maybe even further down,
said the angel, with a slight smile in his eyes that Gryson managed to catch, almost bringing a tear to his own.
No. Get out of the way.
Red, can you hear me?
No. No more. Please. Enough.
Dingma Chastanursta. I don't care if you're enjoying yourself. Whatever you are,
I also don't know why you're making me do the dimensional translation thing, since you can clearly count down somewhat accurately in English, or why or how you could hold my time in your hands. And finally, why you insist in shrouding yourself in complete darkness and suspending me in midair for dramatic effect. Are you insecure? Am I being tortured by a supercharged demonic penguin? Okay, that was low. But I do know this. You enjoy inflicting pain on those less powerful than you. And that's not right. Renchu Rumuda. What do you mean I can talk? I punish those who have wronged or hurt people for their own personal gain. Call it a hobby. You construct facilities to rip innocent people's realities apart and make them relive their worst nightmares on a loop, both here and out there. And for what? Fun? I guess I could get behind that way of thinking. If you caught me after breakfast, that is. Okay. Before breakfast it is. Vuncha mestedura motokren takna. You can't experiment on a dimensional scale unless you're me. But I have a very loud conscience, whereas you found the mute button, then lost the fucking remote. Chen Beru Rensek Mektba. The entire universe is your laboratory? Enneka Perantavu. And your playground. Well, that's not egotistical at all, is it? Oh, don't mind that. Carry on. What was it you wanted again? Access to the finite curve, was it? The restricted sections? Bua Muada! It's no one. Don't let me distract you. Kaya's voice pulsated through my network. I could hear her. She just couldn't hear me. I am always listening. Bua Muada! It's nothing. I ordered pizza and they can't quite get to the drop-off point. Come on! Christ! Okay, I admit it. There's more than one pizza. I'll cut you in if you deactivate the suspension matrix. I promise. Evada morten nadaruna. Today is not the day I die, my shrouded little big friend, but you might want to re-examine your outer laboratory. Ten Muvara. What do you mean, why?
Alert! Critical energy buildup detected. Facility compromised.
Stati Tuma. Because you had far too many variables, obviously. So busy enjoying the chaos that you assumed nobody would bother trying to rise up against it?
Alert! Energy buildup increasing.
Tabuju! That's my boys out there, doing their job. See, you thought that leading me here would be a distraction for me, and certain death for them, and I can see where your thought train was going, but let's be honest. You're not from round these parts, are ya? And by these parts, I mean this planet, this dimension, this specific time zone. You turned up here and constructed, I'm assuming, many facilities under the planet's surface, bringing the inhabitants down to you instead of just simply observing how they behave. Not owning the universe, just seeing it. You're clearly a magical being of some kind. Maybe you saw how the humans out there and in here that you're trying to experiment on, maybe you saw how magic has evolved according to them. And you decided to do something about it. I can get behind that too. But don't you understand? You who cowers in the darkness. To humans, magic is everything. Magic is political, cultural, and social. Their language, their art, their very consciousness. It's not just about defying gravity, opening up portals to other dimensions, and torturing those weaker than you. It's what binds them together as a species. All the stories that you hear about the darkness beneath us, they're all true, and is more powerful than many things in the finite curve. Even you. But did you ever think to look up? You saw the light as complacent and decided to move in and take advantage of it. I can see that now. The angels going missing, being turned into shrouds that later steal souls from the innocent and the guilty in a gigantic chaos orgy that will bring the higher place crashing down upon the humans expecting to be saved by it as their souls helplessly drown in the sunken place. Vunchin mak raduda mukra rudana vunchin makrada. I know. How hilarious, but you reckoned without one thing. Cupcake. You see, I gave the light a few kicks in the face, and now it's gonna burn you up. Or down. It doesn't really matter.
Alert! Alert! Energy buildup increasing. Evacuation procedures implemented. Suspension matrices will deactivate in 15 seconds.
Venratana funo! Oh yes, and I had House open as many doors as possible to heavily armored medical facilities set to fire at any cryo-dipped byweave their proximity scanners come into contact with. Hence, your patients, or more accurately, your torture victims, will be protected while your soulless guards and information extractors are, well, let's be kind here and say, taken care of. In an Al Pacino kind of way. Like you even know who that is.
Alert! Alert! Suspension matrices deactivated.
Huh. What magical timing. Not to worry though. I'll be in touch. And down we go.
Red, it's Kay. Just listen. G told me where it was you were going. He liberated one of my scimitar speed cruisers and left it outside one of the Undermine's basement exits. It should be just under the main hub. When you get out, if you get out, take it. You can pay me back later. Good luck, sweetie. Damn it! You and your friends are coming with me.